Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. We will shortly start it. We are waiting for a few of the participants to join. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the B+HR Lab5, Inspiring Gen Z and Gen A. This is the opening session, and I'm Monica from Q Design. I will be your technical facilitator today. The chat function is available for this session if you wish to share any thoughts or interventions. Please note that the session today is recorded. If you have any questions about Zoom or require technical assistance, please feel free to raise your hand or drop a message into the chat box. I will now hand over to Livio Sarandrea. Livio, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. And it gives me a great pleasure to welcome everyone to our fifth Business and Human Rights Lab. What was originally an experiment in 2017 has now become a tradition for the business and human rights community of practice here in Asia. And we really are delighted to convene it for the fifth time. And I'm delighted to see that still a large number of people registered to this event and are participating. I see more people coming in. I understood from registration, 20 plus different actors are connecting to the event today, 5 of which are UN agencies. And in these days of multiplication of online events, often competing with each other and all interesting, as a matter of fact, registration and attendance is at least one objective indicator of real interest. So really delighted and thankful for those who are joining us today. We are all somehow victim of some webinar fatigue, especially towards the end of the year. So we'll do our best to make sure that the next couple of hours will be fruitful to all those who are joining us. The Business Human Rights Lab is that moment of the year in which we come together for 2 main objectives, which I would like to remind to those who have attended this event and to explain to those who, and I know there are some, are attending the lab for the first time. So as it happens in the previous years, we hope that all of those participating will appreciate an opportunity to do 2 things. First of all, share information about who we are and what we are planning to do in the year to come, in this case 2022, in the field of responsible business in Asia. And I consider this a key, possibly the primary objective of the lab, especially in a period in which the pandemic kept us away for almost 2 years now from face-to-face interaction. So COVID-19 kept us away from that, what I believe is an indispensable chance to connect the dots between our programs, capitalize on complementarities, avoid overlap, and join forces. We can do that via Zoom, via Teams, but it really, that interaction is fundamental. I used to say, I remember that the lab was that opportunity to spend a whole day or a couple of hours like today doing what we used to do during the coffee breaks of the face-to-face events and trainings, right? When we were shaking hands, giving each other visit cards, learning about what other colleagues are doing, and agree how to work together while pursuing the common objectives. We now have even been kept away for those coffee breaks for 2 years. Interaction has reduced further. And in fact, my interaction with some of you, even with some UNDP colleagues, has been limited in the last 24 months to perhaps liking each other's posts on Twitter or LinkedIn, or retweeting each other, or in the best of scenarios, having some email exchange. Now, this is clearly not enough for our planning purpose, for our joint coordination of planning purpose, and to ensure we maximize on the enormous potential of our joint action. So in concrete terms, we hope that the sharing of information that we are facilitating today, with a specific thematic focus, which I'll tell you about later, and I'm sure you've seen in the concept note, will help also in finalizing the annual work plan for 2022. We are working on it. We're actually finalizing them. We are hoping to gather more information for what others are doing to make sure we are coordinated and aligned. And I hope that that opportunity will be useful to you as well. Now, a second thing that traditionally we have been doing at the lab is exploring together an emerging thematic area in the field of business and human rights, or a field in which we all felt that our collective action was to be strengthened or better coordinated. Because the Business and Human Rights Lab sits in the Business and Human Rights calendar at the opposite side, more or less, of the Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum, we have often used the inputs from the forum, or I should say from the forums, because we now have 2 forums every year. So use their inputs to inform the content of the Business and Human Rights Lab. Well, both this year, both the South Asia Forum in March and the Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum in June identified strongly, repeatedly, the role of youth as an area requiring more attention. We have done some thinking since the forums internally with the help of the UNDP's Youth Collab team on the generation Zoomers and the generation Alpha. We believe that the time to give more voice to young people in the field of business and human rights has long come, as we have heard over and over and over in our latest forum. And youth here is intended as the entire spectrum, of course, of the actors part of the business and human rights discourse. So obviously youth as rights holders, but also youth as consumers, youth as business, young entrepreneurs, right? Youth as activists, and youth as governments, officials, why not? The newer and next generation of policy makers. Also young law enforcement officers, young judges or future judges. So really, we want to look at the youth as the entire spectrum of young people that can and should be engaged in the business and human rights discourse. Now, this the huge potential that this group has only recently started to be explored, at least within our business and human rights program. And we've done that with great help, again, with from our UNDP youth team. And for us, this lab marks also the beginning of a separate work stream, which we intend to nurture by allocating progressively more resources and time in the years to come. So we're taking stock a bit today of what is happening, what we should be doing, and this will inform our planning on business and human rights and youth in the years to come. We want to hear today from the larger community of practice, all those actors that have joined us. We want to know what are your plans in this field, and of course, very importantly, all of us, I suppose, want to hear from as many young people as possible today. And we are delighted to have put together an incredible group of young women and men from different sectors that I'm sure won't fail to inspire us with their drive, their thinking outside the box, and why not some constructive criticism, perhaps, which we should be prepared to receive. I certainly am. So that inspiring in the title of our lab, it's not necessarily only us inspiring the Generation Z and Generation A, but the Generation Z and Generation A inspiring us. And in that sense, let me be clear about one point: the need that I signaled to capitalize more on young people as business and human rights agents does not mean that Generation Z or Generation have not been active already in this field, or they have not been interested in the subject. On the contrary, I think this generation is structurally much more aware of the risks to people and planet than most of us from Generation X or Y have been at the same age. Greta Thunberg is just the tip of the iceberg of a generation that we all know has not shied away from going on strike, on embarrassing politicians and the UN, sometimes screaming their discontent, calling even the recent COP26 failure, or as if I remember correctly, the line from Greta Thunberg, a sum of blah, blah from politicians and a bang, bang of greenwashers, right? So many of us, I suppose, can see it also with our own eyes at home. I have my own 3 little Greta Thunberg of 7, 11, 14 years in my house, and they're very, very serious and very upset about what our generation has done to the world they are living in. But here the challenge is, or at least my challenge, and I'm sure is shared by many of us at home, if you like, and professionally, how do we transform this drive into change? How do we facilitate intergenerational cooperation? How do we bridge the space between the activism and policy? And perhaps importantly for us as people who program in this space, how can our programs speak more to young people and let young people speak more? This is what we want to discuss today. I'll stop now before contributing 3 initial ideas. Number 1, reduce jargon and technicism when consulting with young rights holders and communicating about business and human rights. There is a time and a moment where technicism in our work is necessary. It's obvious, right? There is a time and a moment for discussing resolution of the Human Rights Council 14.13 or polycentric governance or principled pragmatism. And there are indeed some young practitioners who master these conversations. But most of the young people are turned off, in my view, by excessive technicism. Unfortunately, too often, I believe in our program, technicism has become a little bit of a comfort zone for us, with the result that we end up speaking between us, already aware or already converted, and we de facto remove from the conversation those that don't speak our technical language. The second thing that we can do is amplify voices of young women and men in our events and help translating their messages in the language that technocratic policymakers that are in charge of making the change understand. This is the other side of the story, of the point that I made on point 1. Often policymakers or businesses hide behind technicism and justify the lack of action with the knowledge divide between civil society and themselves. So whose role is it, if not ours, those in this virtual room, to bridge this communication gap? So we need to take that responsibility seriously. We can start by inviting more young people to speak at our events, and as we're doing today. And we are happy to have taken a good step, another step in that direction. This year, the Asia session of the Annual Forum on Business and Human Rights, which we traditionally co-organize with the UN Working Group, will be focused on the role of youth. And we'll have all speakers under 25 years of age. Of course, when we do these things, we should not fall into the trap of these initiatives becoming only ad hoc or tokenistic. So I'd like to propose to have a space reserved for youth in all our regional forums from now on. Third, perhaps last point, let us in the human rights world, in the business and human rights world, learn from the climate change movement that has been more successful than the human rights one, in my view, in leverage the power of young activism. Yes, the climate change challenge may seem on the surface, at least, even more universal. It speaks to everyone because it instinctively impacts everyone, though in different measure, of course, while the human rights challenge seems and only seems to be impacting only those left behind, the victims of child labor or the indigenous communities. So some selfish, or let's say busy people may be tempted to say, it's not my problem. The reality is that some business human rights challenges are also as universal as climate change and can lead to pretty much universal mobilization. Let's think, for example, about the privacy issues intrinsic to the digital transformation ahead of us or already with us. These are the narratives that I believe we should use more to bring on board more people, more young people on as broad as possible activism around the business and human rights agenda. I think I'll stop here. I'd like to really hear the views of the participants. Very much looking forward to hear from the young people who have joined us today. So enough of this Generation Y supposed wisdom, and let's hear from some young people, starting from the certainly much younger than me colleague Harpreet, who will, I think, guide you next into the program of the event. Over to you, Harpreet.
Thanks, Livio. Good morning, everyone. I think this is actually after, not even months, this is after 2 years that I'm at an event that I'm saying very, very confidently, good morning, everyone. I see all the participants are from Asia. So good morning, everyone. I'm Harpreet Kaur, the Business and Human Rights Specialist at the UNDP's Asia Pacific Center. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to meet us today, for taking this time to understand what does youth engagement mean. I mean, we realize that it's a really incredibly busy time of the year. I know you're thinking now, when it is and it isn't, right? But I think we're going to make all the effort that we can to make sure that it's a day well spent for all of you. So Parag, if you can put the slide here. All right, so I think, in the next 2 to 3 minutes, I'm going to try to explain what's our plan for the day. What are we going to do today? Okay, I'm sure, from our all past experience, I see there are some colleagues who've been here at the lab in the past. You all know how good, nice, polite hosts we are. So what are we going to do? We're going to try we're going to try to know more. I mean, I know there are some new participants. We're going to try to spend more time to know more about you, what you do, where you are, what kind of projects are you implementing, also in terms of how are you engaging with young people. But all of these conversations are going to be about young people. To have this session, we're going to have our colleague, Amy Selmer, who's the Business and Human Rights Communication Officers, where Amy is going to help you break the ice between us. So that's going to be the first session. We're going to talk about youth engagement by the UN agencies, but also civil society organizations. This is a session where we really would like you to share all the work that you're doing, but also all the work that you plan to do. Amy has put together a really nice game for this icebreaker, so stay tuned for that. Now, once we know all of you a little bit more better, what are we going to do? I think it's going to be the time, super next please. I think it's going to be the time to invite our guests for the day, young leaders. Kevin Lehman, the business and human rights analyst at the UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub, would engage in a dialogue with young leaders to understand from them, what motivates them, what inspires them, what are the different strategies that they're using to engage with a diverse set of stakeholders to meet the desired objectives, the challenges, the barriers they face, but then also the opportunities that they see for the future for a better world. Now, Livio talked about coffee breaks, and I said how nice hosts we are. So we're not going to let you go without a cup of coffee. That's our third session, where Sanjan Choi, a business and human rights specialist, is going to invite you to her World Cafe, and she's going to offer you a 0-calorie virtual coffee and have a chat with our young leaders of today, to ask them all the questions that you want. I have this 8-year-old who keeps asking questions all the time, and I encourage, and I'm really, really welcome all her questions, but I think I'm also tired of answering all of these questions. So, for all you people, my age, Livio's age, all of this elderly people, I think it's an opportunity for you, all of you, to ask questions from these young people, what really inspires them. And then also, I think, identify all the different opportunities that we can create and we can facilitate as UN agencies, as civil society organizations, to support them and to have youth as partners and really make this partnership a very, very meaningful one. So with that, I would like to invite everyone to join our lab for today and hand over the session to Amy Selmer, who's going to take us through the first session. Amy, over to you. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone, and thanks, Harpreet. Welcome everyone to Lab. We're really excited about the speakers joining us in the later sessions and all of the discussions to come. And we hope that everyone really walks away with some new ideas, or perhaps slightly transformed ideas that can really inform future work with youth. I'm going to quickly share my screen, or not yet. The first session, so in this session, we want to hear from you all. We want to get an idea, like Harpreet said, of who you are, what you're working on, and also kind of the broad ideas of how we're engaging with youth. How do we define youth engagement? How do we approach it? How can we strengthen our work in youth? And also a quick discussion on diversity, which is a very critical part of this work. The session will be highly interactive using Mentimeter polls, and we'll open the floor for discussion and comments at a couple of points. So if you'd like to speak up, please feel free to put your hand up so the technical facilitator can unmute your microphone when the time comes, or you can always leave a comment in the chat box. Time is short, so it's not possible for everyone to introduce themselves here in the plenary, but like Livio said, it's always been kind of a strength of this, of the lab, is our ability to learn about each other, see what everyone's working on. So we wanted to do that here through the Jamboard. So please, Monica is sharing a link to the Jamboard and you can see it on the screen. Please feel free to introduce yourselves, let us know who you are, where you're coming from, where your work is. And the work, if you want to highlight any of the work that you're currently doing on youth, please feel free to share that on the Jamboard. Put it in post-it notes. And please, a note, please do not hit the reset button, the clear frame button, because we want to make sure we preserve everybody's comments. So thank you, Monica, for sharing that, and she'll put the link in the chat box. So let's get started here. So next, I'd like to ask Monica to share a link to the Mentimeter poll. Please follow the link so you can join in and answer all of these questions, so we can get an idea of, what all we're working on, can see what other ways people are engaging with youth. So this first question, we want to get an idea of what we mean when we talk about youth engagement. So here's a question. So what 2 to 3 words come to mind when you hear youth engagement? So I'll give you some time to start, to get to the link, start filling this question in before we move on. Yeah, new ideas, fun. That's great. Yeah, it seems from a lot of these comments, working with youth is very vibrant, huh? A few more seconds. And as we move through these questions, I think you can also hopefully be able to reflect on some ideas or questions that you have moving forward when we get an opportunity to talk to the different youth entrepreneurs, activists that we have in the sessions, the second and third sessions. Well, this is exciting. Yeah, great. A greener world, people and planet, new perspectives. Fantastic. The future, yeah, great. So next, let's move to the next question. Next, we want to get an idea of what topics everyone is working with, on which topics everyone is working with youth. If something's not listed here, please, I apologize, but please feel free to include in the chat box or on the Jamboard when you introduce yourself the area of work that you usually are engaging with youth on. This can give us kind of a broad overview of kind of the different areas that we're working on here. Kind of where there's overlap, where there's more people working. And feel free to add more than one, definitely. I know we're, yeah, that's great. Climate change is a big one. Like Livio mentioned, there's a lot we can learn from work with climate change and activism there. But certainly a lot of work in other areas as well. I'll give it a few more seconds. Oh, that's great. We've got a whole diversity of areas people are working on. This is exciting. All right, so let's move on. This is great. Let's move on to the next question. Oh, exciting. Okay. For this next question, we'd like to take a look at the relationship that we take with youth in our work. Are they a target audience or a target group? Are they partners or collaborators? Or do we create space for them to take a lead in some respects? Of course, all of these are very valuable and very, very important ways to engage with youth. We want to just get an idea of the different ways that we all engage.
I think some really interesting observations are coming here, Amy. You know, a lot of people seems to be working with youth as a target audience, many of them as collaborators, but, you know, we're all kind of thinking, these young people as the leaders of tomorrow, yet there's very limited interaction or there's very limited engagement with them as the initiators or the leaders. I think it'd be good to sort of also maybe spend some time after we finish sort of the first part to discuss and hear from colleagues on these reflections as well.
Yeah, I agree. At this point, if anyone would like to, if anyone has any questions, comments, or points for discussion, please feel free to raise your hand or pose a question in the chat. And I think this is an issue we'll continue to discuss later in this session. Okay. Well, if no one has any comments or questions or comments or points for discussion, I think we can move on. I'd like to hand it over to Harpreet, kind of reflecting on this question in our relationship with youth and work. You know, Livio mentioned the time has come to give youth a larger voice in business and human rights as young consumers, young entrepreneurs, young judges, lawyers, human rights defenders, and more. So I think for the rest of this session, we'd really like to take some time to reflect and discuss with you on ways to expand the way we engage with youth. Like Harpreet said, how can we really create space for them as initiators or leaders in the work that we do? We want to make sure that they are not just given a key to the room, but a seat at the table and you know, a microphone so that their voice is heard. So I'd like to invite Harpreet back to talk a little bit more about the idea of youth-adult partnerships, followed by a few final questions and what I hope will be an interesting discussion on these ideas. So Harpreet, back to you.
Sure. Thanks, Emmy. You know, we're also talking about here the youth-adult partnership, but we know that a true partnership really exists when each person has the opportunity to make suggestions and decisions, and when everyone's contribution is recognized and valued. And I think, you know, when we were sort of looking and trying to understand how do we engage with youth, you know, we looked at sort of these different ways that, you know, a lot of people were engaging with youth, you know, youth as objects where adults seem to know what's best for the young people, and they kind of control the situation in which they allow youth to be involved. And I think the next ones, you know, the next category that we kind of identify is, you know, where youth were kind of seen more as recipients, you know, they where you know, where the adults allowed, the keyword here is allowed young people to take part in the decision-making processes because they think that experience is better for them, it's going to do good for them at a later stage, but it's more about, you know, them as recipients of the information, recipients of you know, whatever the initiatives were being designed. And I think the third, which is a really key one, is, you know, where youth were seen as partners, where adults represent young people as having something significant to offer, recognizing the greater impact young bring to initiatives, and youth are encouraged and provided equal opportunities to become involved. And I think that's where sort of, you know, the true partnership, youth-adult partnership lies. But maybe, Amy, if we can take off the screen and maybe hear from some of the participants here what they think, what do they mean by youth-adult partnership, and if they can give any examples or if they want to share any of their experiences that they have in this space. Please raise your hand and the tech facilitators would help us unmute your mics.
I think there's an interesting comment from Denise in the chat box. I think the goal is to have youth take the lead, but to do that, we must first raise their awareness on pertinent issues. Thus, they should be first engaged as audiences. So I think that's a really valid point. And so I guess one question is really, how do we move, you know, how do we start here and how do we craft a path where from the understanding and from the, you know, the awareness, how do we move that into more of a leadership role, or how do we create a space and provide the support that's needed to create, allow youth to lead in some of these initiatives?
Harpreet and Emmy, this is Livia again. I'm sorry, I have already spoken, but I thought I would help breaking the ice, picking up on one of the points I made, for which I would like to hear views from those participating, because it's a reflection that I had, but you know, I'm open even to you know, different views around that. And so I'd like to go back to that issue of communication, right? I think that too often in our business and human rights world, we stay within the comfort zone of our technicism. I think you and I had a conversation on that, harped on this. And it's a comfortable kind of place to be within our already community of people already have the knowledge and know the subject deep, but it's a turn off for people that we want to invite to join us, right? So this is one, again, on one side I said, let's reduce the technicism. On the other side, the other challenge that we have is that young people who are generally, and in that sense, raising of awareness is important, but in a way, I think young people are also very aware in their own way of the impact, for example, of business operations on planet and on themselves. They have grievances that they sometimes have difficulty in bringing to the policymakers, because the policymakers often hide behind their own technicism, right? And their own normative jargon and so on and so on. So really there is, I like to understand that that encouragement to work more on awareness also as an encouragement for us to bridge that communication gap. I really think it's very much an issue of helping also the young people, of course, understanding better what is happening. Many of them already know, more people need to be made aware of it. But once we make them understand what is happening, help them in transforming their grievances into the messages that, again, businesses and the policymakers need to receive. I hope I helped in breaking the ice a little. In fact, I see already one hand up. So let's invite Kelly to come in. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Livio. Good morning, everyone. My name is Linka or Colleen. So I worked in a youth team in the UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub. So I think I just want to share a little bit of our observation through our practices, how we are engaging with young people. I think also resonates with a lot of points already being mentioned by so many of you mentioned in the chat, creating a space and empowerment when engaging with young people. I think one thing that I also want to perhaps share with all of you and bring to the table is what is more fundamental or one layer deeper when it comes to empowerment. I think it's more than just providing technical support. It's more than just putting young people on the spotlight, which both of them are also very, very important. One thing a little bit more fundamental is really, putting trust to young people, letting them know that, they can create the changes that they all want to. Obviously, they perhaps need some technical support or, networking or connections. But also, I think one layer deeper than that is, making them believe that they can create their own changes. So, for example, all the young change makers, all the entrepreneurs, innovators that we are interacting with, we all observe that, sometimes, as a young person, right, growing up, we also need to quickly prove ourselves first in order to gain confidence, in order to, to then create more changes that we want to see. So it's like, sometimes it's a catch-22 questions, right? So we need success to increase confidence, but then also we need confidence in order to, to do something successfully. So what we think is important, is to really, sometimes when perhaps, the youth group are in doubt of their self, whether or not that they can really do something, put that trust first in them and letting them know that there's a safe space for them to really create and experiment and, trying things that they visioned. So yeah, thanks so much. Just want to share this perspective.
Great. Thanks, Linka. And I don't see any additional hands raised right now. Amy, back to you.
Okay, so we had a couple more questions, just building on this or digging a little bit deeper into kind of the relationships that we have with youth in our work. And I think that's a really interesting point, both Livio and Kaylin, that, you know, I think from Livio kind of commenting on yours, just really, it's not only about awareness, but also, and building with what Kaylin said, it's trust and understanding that they have, you know, youth come with their own perspectives. So it's about creating space to hear that as well and acknowledge that. So we want to just move forward with the Mentimeter. If you guys could go back to the link in the chat box. So on this question, we want to kind of get an idea of how you engage with youth on the following parameters. So ranking, you know, low to high, how engaged are youth in the planning of your projects and activities, on decision making and implementation? You know, are they consulted on research that has an impact on their future? Kind of on the topics that Harpreet mentioned, do you share adult power with young people? So I'll give, this one's got a few more points to it, so I'll give a little bit of time to you all to fill this in.
So I think what we're trying to sort of understand here is sort of a different stages of project cycles and, you know, organizational cycles. And during these project cycles, where do you actually engage with young people? Please rate from low to high, 1 to 5.
Interesting. So it looks like a lot of us are involved in developing programs to support youth development. Maybe a little less involvement of youth in evaluating our activities and our work. A high involvement of youth in actually implementing the projects and activities that we undertake.
I mean, it's kind of an interesting findings coming up here. I don't know if this is sort of your last sort of results slide, but it looks like the engagement has been kind of from a low to a medium level. And, you know, we still have a lot of potential to engage with youth. I don't know if this is sort of the final results slide that we have where everybody has responded, but let's maybe wait for another 5 seconds to see if people are still submitting their responses. And in the meanwhile, if anybody wants to raise their hand, include any comments, please feel free to do so. I see Freddie raised his hand. Freddie, you want to go?
Yes, do you hear me well? Good
Yes.
morning.
We can hear you well.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I believe that, I mean, it's important to create institutionalized spaces for the youth to participate. I mean, structured spaces, at least from the perspective of the International Labour Organization. Definitely higher participation, for instance, in the context of the trade unions, workers' organizations, but also perhaps specific chapters or specific groups within the employers' organizations particularly in the context of the future of work and the fact that the young people are increasingly present in the gig economy, as well as unfortunately, also in the informal economy. So this type of structure and institutionalized spaces would give would create a channel for their voices and opinions to impact policy and shape in general the policies and type kind of bridge that gap Livio was talking about between the policymakers and youth as beneficiaries of the policies. Thank you.
Maybe before we take the next hand, we'll just open up the next question. Okay, so we just want to look at what your organization does when engaging with youth. How can you, how do you improve engagement with youth? Do you adopt any of these different means? So we just want to hear from you on that. In the meantime, maybe we can hear from some of the other hands up. Let's see.
I see Audrey Lee's hand and then Alice. So maybe Audrey, can you go first and then Alice? Audrey, I'm not sure if you hear us. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the Mentimeter. It helped me to reflect on some of the practices that my organization, Aero Asia Pacific, have tried to use to ensure that we are more inclusive and intentional in terms of youth participation and including youth agendas in our programs. I just wanted to reflect on one thing related to structural barriers when we think about programming, and we did encounter some of these structural barriers to engagement with youth. For example, we had a program with UN Women support actually in the years of 2013 to 15, young women making change in the Mekong region. And some of the barriers were related to, the fact that because we were engaging with basically minors under 18, there were a lot of official restrictions, and there was a lot of paperwork, monitoring, those types of things. So my reflection is in terms of an influencing agenda, a political conscientizing agenda, and which can be very sensitive. It is difficult to do if we don't ensure that those structural limitations are addressed. And that might happen, for example, because we were working on issues maybe related to harassment and sexual harassment and abuse in the workplace and in the educational space. So those things were really sensitive to talk about in the education sector, for example, through the education state education sectors, for example. The other reflection that I also had in terms of, if our agenda was, partly, of course, amplifying and empowering the youth groups, as well as sort of providing them some tools, to strengthen their analysis, to enable them to articulate their issues more clearly to whichever actor it is that they choose to engage with. This sense that, sometimes we see youth as a homogeneous group and they are not that. We do know that even with youth actors, there is increasing political polarization. There are specific types of political narratives that speak to different groups. And I think that in the organizing, we also have to be very conscious of that and to make sure that we deconstruct some of the myths or the ways, some of the more polarized ways of looking at certain human rights issues or certain climate related issues or issues related to the role of corporates and the role of or
at the national level, where we are situated in the global economic value chains, and how youths look at it, what types of issues resonate for them. So I think that sense of the politics in the space is also important. Thank you.
Thanks, Audrey. Sorry, Amy, did I interrupt? Or you were saying something? I think, Audrey, you raised some of the really important points here, and I would actually invite before I actually hand it over to Alice, I would also invite our colleagues from UNICEF. I'm sure they would have some reflections on this as well. I see if Ida is here. So yeah, let's see. I think in the meanwhile, maybe we pass it on to Alice.
Thank you, Harpreet. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well. Thank you.
Yeah. I just want to share a quick reflection. I think because I am from the indigenous group, so oftentimes when we talk about youth, sometimes the conversation doesn't, we tend to forget about indigenous group, marginalized groups, stateless people. So I want to share about indigenous youth, how they have so much to contribute as empowered individual and have profound understanding of their indigenous identity, cultural heritage, sustainable living based on their traditional knowledge. But in the same instance, many indigenous youth face monumental challenges like intergenerational effects of colonization and assimilation policies, as well as the continued struggles to ensure their rights as indigenous peoples. And of course, in the context of the effects of business activities. So I think I just want to point out that it is crucial that when we think about accessibility and future works, that it will be useful to have in mind the challenges that is faced by indigenous youth to access all this, because as previously mentioned by other participants here, that youth is already facing a lot of challenges, but it is more double when it comes to indigenous youth. Yeah, I think I just want to share that point. Thank you.
Great, thanks. In fact, the question I see on the screen, and we may not have enough time to sort of discuss about this, but I think the one question that we really want you to reflect, all of you, upon is what does it mean? What does it mean to have a diverse youth engagement? What does diversity in youth engagement means? And when you're thinking of these opportunities, taking on inputs, working with youth for implementation, for evaluations, also for building their skills, their capacity. Audrey initially talked about women groups. What does it mean to have, young women in your initiatives, or when you're engaging with indigenous peoples? What does it mean there in terms of youth engagement? In fact, we do have colleagues. We are engaging with our youth co-lab team here, where we're working with indigenous peoples to build their capacity and to also sort of engage with the business and human rights space. But I think that's a question that we want to, sort of also leave all of you to think about when you think of youth engagement. Who are the people that we're thinking about? We were kind of reflecting on, for example, this within our team at the UNDP, and we were thinking about where do we see these young people, and think about, a lot of young people would come for internships, for volunteer assignments, even at the UN agencies and the civil society organizations to work with from all the parts of the world. And these were really good opportunities for youth. With the pandemic, COVID-19, how has it impacted also, some of these opportunities for them? So I think when you're thinking about youth engagement, these are again some of the questions maybe, I'm gonna leave you with. And then we're gonna move on to Lorenzo. Lorenzo, I saw your hand raised. I don't know if you wanna come in now.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you, Harpreet. This is Lorenzo from Forum Asia, a human rights organization based in Bangkok. I just would like to stress a little bit on the security aspects. As a Forum Asia, we try to constantly assess what are the present and potential risks that young people, young activists are either currently facing or they might face in the near future in light of the activity they participate in or just in general, how is their engagement and activism going to fit within the society and also political context that they are exposed to. So when addressing these security aspects, we try not only to look at digital aspects and of course physical, but also psychosocial and mental well-being, basically to see how the engagement that we want to try to foster can have an impact on their digital presence or their offline presence, but also how this can impact their mental well-being, psychosocial well-being, and hence how we can make this engagement more sustainable and healthy over time. Thank you.
Thanks, Lorenzo, for raising, again, some of these important aspects. So security is just not one aspect, but, we also, when we're engaging with them, how do you really ensure their well-being in all aspects, physical, social, mental, but also emotional, also the emotional toll of engaging with some of these issues, which could be very, very disturbing. And I was, Lorenzo, when you were saying this, I was actually just thinking of, when I started my career, a lot of my work used to be with the people with autism, cerebral palsy, mental retardation, and multiple disabilities. While all of that work, and this is once upon a time when I was young, and we've just started working, and I think while all of that work felt so rewarding, but it did take sort of an emotional toll. So I think, thank you for reflecting on that, and kind of reminding us it's really important, when we look at these different opportunities for youth engagement, we need to keep them at the center and think about how is it also going to impact them as well. I saw Carla's hand raised. I know, Amy, sorry. I know you have a couple of other questions in here, but I think we're having some interesting conversations. So maybe if it's okay, maybe we can go with this. Carla, I saw your hand raised and I don't see you now. I don't know if you want to come in now or wait for a little bit.
Hi, hello colleagues. Hi, Preet. Thank you so much. I was waiting for the host to allow me to speak. Thank you so much for having me, and good morning, colleagues and other organizations that are here represented. It's really good to be part of these conversations and share a little bit more of what UNICEF is also working in this area with business and youth. I mean, we have a lot of engagements with multi-stakeholder platforms in this regard, majorly like looking at ways that adolescents can be also a stakeholder, a legal stakeholder in the discussions of, let's say, district planning. So it takes me to an initiative that we have in Indonesia, for instance, in which we are creating a forum in which adolescents have a voice in the district development, district planning. And this is quite a relevant initiative because when we have them engaged, we need the different stakeholders that are representatives of adolescents together with them so they understand what is the influence of business into the discussion of development planning in a context that is very vulnerable to different for different reasons. So this is one of the ways that we're engaging with adolescents in public policy. But there's also other ways that we're trying to work in terms of building skills and strengthening skills and providing opportunities for employability. So we're working with different organizations that are promoting those opportunities for youth together with business. This is an emerging initiative in Thailand, but also in other countries in the region. And there's also a lot of discussions and initial collaborations around how the youth population can also be a generator of innovative solutions for development. So in the context of WASH, we have been working a lot with vulnerable adolescents and trying to get their knowledge and their experience around what works for them in the field that can really trigger more systems strengthening solutions that are sustainable and that can really tap into the needs of their communities. So there's a lot to share in that regard, but I think like from a perspective around business and human rights, it's quite interesting to see that it's been very, very important to bring to their attention the children's rights and business principles so they understand which are the topics that relate to their well-being and the conditions of their lives that are related to the way business behave in society. So this is one thing that we are starting to work on in Indonesia as an example. Over to you, Harpreet. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing your work. I know we are just a little bit over time, but maybe I see somebody from first. Prati is, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but Prati, maybe if you can take a brief time, maybe about a minute, just bring in your comments, and then I'm going to hand it back to Amy. Sorry, we're going to run about 5 minutes late, but I hope that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Harpreet, for your for giving me time. I'm gonna say it briefly. I agree with Lorenzo that a forum that is sustainable is really important for youth. And I just heard that from Carla that there are a lot of forum that has been made by UNICEF. But in my experience as a student in Indonesia, actually, it is kind of hard for me to find the information about where to join those events or those forums. So I think the important thing is dissemination. Maybe by creating a forum, we can disseminate it directly to the university, so everyone from the universities can directly engage, and they have enough information on where to find those kind of forums or organizations. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Your message is well received, and I think during the day, I think we would sort of also talk about where can we find these opportunities and how do we share this information. Thanks everyone, and for those who couldn't add their comments here, we do have a full day, and there would be more opportunities to also share your opinions, add your comments. But maybe I'll just hand it over to Amy back and invite all of you continue writing your introductions on the Jamboard, and we'll bring it up at some point during the day. Thank you. Amy, it's back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Harpreet, and thank you all for the comments in the chat, for raising your hand and speaking up. All really relevant issues that have been brought up, and really interesting points to reflect on as we move into the next sessions, where we will get to talk directly with some different young entrepreneurs, young activists. So this will really be an opportunity to also ask questions, about things like dissemination. How is it best to reach different groups of youth? I guess we do need to close and move to the next session. I wanted to ask if Monica could share the Jamboard. I just want to check in and see if people have been introducing themselves. I encourage you all to introduce yourselves on the Jamboard so we get an idea of what all you've been working on, where you're based, and who you are, who else joining us today. So maybe Monica can bring that up. So it looks like we have a few comments. This Jamboard will stay open all day, so please feel free to add to it throughout the day, throughout the lab. I guess for this session, I think that's it. Right now, I guess I'll hand it back to Monica. We'll have a short break, and then we'll move into a really exciting discussion between our colleague Kevin and a group of young, very young, interesting people about kind of the challenges that they face, how they've gone about engaging with the different issues that they work in. So please return at 10:15 ICT. And thank you so much for your engagement in this session.
Thank you, everyone. And please keep adding your introductions and what you do in the on the Jamboard, and we would bring it up immediately after the next session. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, Monica. Just checking can you hear me? Can you say something? Just testing my audio.
Hi, Kevin. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect, thank you. May I ask, is Vishal in here? Vishal, just trying to spot you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this second session at our B+HR Lab, inspiring Gen A and Gen Z. Really wonderful to have you all with us today. Hope you liked the previous session. And for this part of the event, we'll be having a discussion with, some either young people or people who work a lot with young people. So having said that, I would like to introduce you to the panel. First of all, we have An Trinh. She's a master's student at the University of Chicago and a research assistant at New York University in Shanghai. Second, we have Rinaldi Istanto. He is an expert staff to the Minister of State-Owned Enterprises for Global Value Chains for the government of Indonesia. Third, we have Shagun Sethi. She's a manager of programs and operations for Pontoka, which is an ESG firm. She's the founder and CEO of Nuna and an academic research fellow at Leading Cities. And finally, we have Watsal Rajbandi. He is the co-founder and managing director of Docha Private Limited, a company based in Nepal. We are hoping also to introduce you to a final speaker who has not joined us yet, but hopefully will join us very soon. Having said that, this session is really about hearing from young people with a diverse set of backgrounds and professional careers, and hear from them what has been their experience as a young person working on responsible business issues, sustainable development issues. What were some of the challenges that they faced? How did they overcome these challenges? And most important of all, what lessons can we learn from these challenges and the opportunities that they had, and kind of translate that for recommendations for the UN agencies and CSOs that are attending today. So having said that, I would really like to dive deep straight into the questions with the participants, and there will also be enough opportunity to ask them questions yourself and to engage with them directly. So I'd really encourage people to put your questions in the chat, and yeah, we'll see how we go. So yeah, I'm really excited to start with An. You are originally from Vietnam and you're studying in the US now. And so I was really curious, like, when did you become interested in sustainable development issues? How did you become aware of them? So let's start with that.
Yeah, so first of all, nice to meet you, everyone. And my name is An. I'm a master's student currently studying sociology, and also my bachelor is in geography and urban studies. So I guess I have been aspiring to become an architect when I was really young, no longer though. But I think I always want to really love trees, and I want, my design to have a lot of trees in it, like a 13 years old kid. So I think that's when it started. And later on, because I read a lot of books, I was also interested in, sustainable design and just green urban landscaping in general. And in high school, I have the opportunity to study in Canada. And I think a lot of the theories about sustainable development that I learned from there. I learned from all my friends from, I guess, all over the world. And especially the school was really focused on how to have really immerse in nature, and then learn about how to be very responsible to the environment, but also to the land that we live on, to the people surrounding us. There are a lot of issues with First Nation in Canada. So I think sustainable development, I learned then, is not only about environment, but also about social and economic issues that surrounding the people as well. So I think that has led me, and I think a lot of my friends in high school, get into a more sustainable and aspiring to, I guess, bringing more peace into the future. And that's why I study a lot of social science at the University of Chicago. It's very theoretical the way we have learned it, but I also have a chance to, I guess, practice more in my internships and my research. So yeah, I think that's how it started. I think a lot of through education and books.
Yeah, that's really great. And you've looking at your resume, your LinkedIn profile, you really have a lot of experience already. And actually, I forgot to mention, this is perhaps interesting to note, is that you were also an intern at UNDP's Business and Human Rights team, right? So you are actually you're actually a lot engaged on these things. And so what I was really curious to hear from you as well, you having lived in different parts of the world, like in your home country or in your home region, how much are young people aware and engaged on, whatever we call them sustainable development issues, responsible business issues? Do you think this is something that kind of lives among them, or yeah? So what's your view on that? Could you please elaborate?
Yeah, so I think I would hold somewhat a pessimistic view because I'm from a very more rural area of Vietnam. So I guess the thing that we see on like the news and then the stories that we heard are the story from I guess very outstanding people. I think the average outstanding youth of Vietnam or of Southeast Asia has very I guess a lot of exciting journeys that they have taken to become more sustainable, like to develop exciting businesses. A lot of them have become entrepreneurs. So I think the thing that we hear every day is a thing of like success people, I guess, of more but I also think that is a smaller population, I would say, because a lot of that coming from people who have been educated, people who I guess have a certain environment and certain like education that they got. For example, me, I was fortunate enough to have a good, I guess, certain type of education to learn about these issues. But the average youth in Vietnam or probably in other parts of Southeast Asia don't have that, I guess, comfortable environment to learn more about sustainable issues, I would say. There are other, acute daily lives, mundane burdens that they probably have that might be preventing them from thinking about these, bigger and larger picture. And we actually do not hear from their voices that much. So I do think that we do need some more, I guess, mass education or mass communications that cater towards more disprivileged, underprivileged youth in Vietnam, and don't just reach the top, the stellar, the one who like read English, the one who have access to, for example, like media, the UNDP. That's probably only a very selected like population of youth have access to that, or like actually like following the UNDP, for example. So yeah, generally I'm not super optimistic about the general knowledge of the youth, especially from what like my conversation with the friends around me. But I do think there are very, very great people, like the friends who are talking here. I think that they are doing extremely awesome work, and I think they are making a lot of change. But I think we need to have more people like that.
Great, thank you. And I mean, this also connects quite well with what Livio said in his introductory remarks, that it's really a challenge also to how do you connect with young people, as you said, not just only the ones that might have the privilege to learn about these things in school, but really how does this how do you reach everyone, basically? So thank you so much for those reflections, and I would like to turn to Shagun. Shagun, I was wanting to ask you, is like, how do you engage with young people through your work, and do you have any idea about what are their attitudes on responsible business, and do you see, like, from what you observe through your work and your youth engagement, is there any role in particular that you see like clear cut for them?
Mm-hmm. And I think that's a great segue also, but thank you so much for having me, Kevin. But it's a great segue because while I agree that, it's difficult to kind of collect and collate young people from across the world and, kind of have that training that, Anne was talking about right now in terms of motivating young people towards these issues. I disagree in one thing, which is that I believe that young people across the world, and I've had the privilege to work with young people from over 100 countries over the past 2 years in my position as Director of Global Leadership at One Shared World, which I'll talk to you guys about in a minute. But I think, engaging with all of these different young people that I've had the privilege of engaging with is that we are very, very motivated from wherever you are. So the lack of understanding, the lack of education, the lack of, for example, these barriers that exist in society doesn't matter, because these young people come with this raw passion for change. And so it's kind of now the ball is in our court on how we engage with them, how much training we give them, and how many doors we open for them. So it's not like young people do not exist or that they are not passionate about these issues or they don't care about sustainability. In fact, I disagree. I think a lot of young people at grassroots levels are very, very concerned about these issues. They are keeping their eyes and ears open for what's happening across the world. It's just that those bridges do not exist for them to have the platforms to learn and to speak about these things, right? And that's where I think that this kind of engagement plays a huge role, which is where I'll talk about my role with One Shared World. So One Shared World was this new global social movement that started in the wake of the pandemic without any kind of push or anything like that. We've never met anyone in the organization, which is a little crazy because we've been working for 2 years. We don't know anyone in the entire ecosystem. But I've had I don't even know how to say it, but it's the greatest honor of my life to work with young people from over the world. And we're up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., all of our different time zones, just trying to get stuff done to create this, better place for a world that we live in. And so I truly believe that how we engage with young people, to answer your question, is through different means. But the first is to open the door and to let them in and to make them a part of our ecosystems and a part of our decision-making bodies. Because if we don't have young people and young voices at the table, and we don't have young people and young voices be part of the change that we want to see, and we only see them as foot soldiers, which is, to be honest, how it exists today, right? We sit in boardroom meetings, take decisions, and then we're like, well, let's get a couple of young people as volunteers or interns. And then they go ahead and implement that change, right? And I think that that system is quite problematic because then you're gatekeeping decision-making. And I think decision-making is where our voices are extremely important because we bring with us this kind of raw passion, which we want to marry with the kind of vulnerable leadership that exists. And so that bridge is truly what needs to be created to kind of usher in this era where we are creating more diverse and more inclusive decisions for the world ahead.
Great, thank you so much, Shagun. Just as a side remark, I see that Vishal has joined us, which is our final speaker. So I'll just want to introduce him briefly. So with us today is Vishal Prashad. He's a campaigner for Pacific Islands students fighting climate change, as well for World's Youth for Climate Justice. And Vishal recently also has been to COP26. So let's see if we can ask him some questions about that in a minute. But I just wanted to go back to Shagun. Shagun, thank you so much for your reflections. And similar to An, you also have quite an international profile, right? You're Indian, you studied in the US. So I was wondering, going to ask you, did you notice any differences in the attitudes of youth when comparing the US and India? Or perhaps, I mean, if you want to make that distinction, which is perhaps not as good, not as sharp between global North and global South.
Sure. I love this question, by the way, because whenever I'm asked this question, I'm able to reflect on society in general. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but I think I speak for the global South when I say this. If you look at sociology, the way the global South functions, and I speak for India, is that our education, our training, our kind of upbringing is all very society centric. What I mean by that is that in everything that you learn or everything that you want to become, right, you're constantly thinking about, well, how do I become a productive member of society, or what I will do, what is the consequences that will have on the people around me, right? And we're constantly forced to think about that. Well, what will your mother think about this? What will your aunts think about this? You need to kind of work on those things, right? But also, and one of the good things about this is that our society is very cohesive. What I mean by that is the rich and the poor coexist in the same spaces. So if you look at India, for example, the richest man in India lives in this huge skyscraper in Bombay. But it's a well-known fact that right behind, I mean, there's a wall that is the same wall, which connects that same skyscraper to the biggest slum in the country. right? And so that kind of coexistence, I think, is where we grow up. So we're not, blinded by these echo chambers that we're in, where we're privileged and elite, and we're kind of, restricted to this educated class. We're seeing the haves and have-nots in front of us. We're seeing people who don't have access to food and water and blankets in winter, right? And that's the stark opposite of what you see in the US. I was very, very privileged to go and study at Columbia University, which was life-changing. That's when actually, for the first time, I heard the word business and human rights being put together in a sentence, and I, got a little surprised. But at Columbia, or in New York City, the way it is focused and the way education and society is focused is very individual-centric. So everything over there, for example, was, putting in their force to make me a better person, to make me a better me, and not about the 10 people around me, which is great because I learned a lot. But on the opposite side of the spectrum, what happens is, if you look at New York and you look at the map of New York, what they do is they believe in the principle of out of sight, out of mind. So if if poverty exists and if people who are underserved and underprivileged exist in New York, what they've done is they've created Harlem, and they said, well, all of you can go there so that the Upper East Side doesn't have to worry about seeing you in front of their houses, right? The problem with that is that we're raising a generation of young people who don't know what poverty looks like, who don't understand what differences look like, who don't understand that in today's world, we still have these kind of stark inequalities and this rising gap between the rich and the poor, right? And that's a problem, because still you don't see something, till something is not tangible. You're not able to campaign for it, right? So for example, even if you take the climate example, when we say, glaciers are melting or ice caps are melting or polar bears are going extinct, people are like, well, that's cute, but like, what do we do about it, right? That's their response, because it's so intangible, it's so distant. The minute you make it about them and you're like, well, there was this huge fire that happened in Australia and in California, and there's a rising sea level because of which there are floods in Chennai and Kerala and Bangladesh, that's when people are like, well, this is a problem, this is tangible. So that's where I think there's a huge difference between the global north and the global south. I think the global south is raising a generation of young leaders who are seeing injustice, who are seeing problems in front of them, and they don't see it as a choice, which is why you see so many young people over here ready to speak.
Thank you, Shagan. Couldn't have hoped for such an excellent analysis. And yeah, let us see what we can learn from this, and what this means for responsible business. And as you said, like differences between the societies, individualistic and more community-based. So that would be really interesting to discuss further. And actually, I would like to ask Vishal a similar question. I'll just check quick, Vishal, is everything working? Your audio, everything okay? Yeah. All right, that's great. So Vishal, you're from Fiji, Pacific Island. You've recently been to COP26. Of course, your country really is facing devastating impacts now or in the future from climate change. And so I wanted to ask you the same thing. Like, do you see a different attitude of young people in Fiji when compared to other parts of the world? Perhaps again, global north, global south. And is there anything you observe from this through your work in general, or maybe at COP26? Yeah, if you could please share with us your ideas, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin, and big Bula Vinaka to everyone joining in and watching. Thank you for this opportunity to be part of this panel and be part of this discussion. It's a very interesting question. The perspective and people's perspective on climate change, youth perspective on climate change, is essentially quite similar, I would say, across, if you're talking about global north and global south. There's an understanding that there's the reality of climate change is real, that there's a threat to frontline communities and also a threat to themselves and their livelihoods. But what I would say is a difference between, say, global south countries and many of these countries that are at the front line of climate change is that, and those countries and young people from especially global north countries, is that a lot of times our understanding on climate change can be very textbook, very theoretical in nature. And so it's essentially, if you ask someone, and we came across this at COP many times when you speak with people who are not from climate vulnerable countries or not from per se global south countries, they have this understanding of climate change, or we have this understanding of climate change that can be very, very limited in nature. It's what you learn in school, what's been told in the media, but versus people say in the frontline communities, they have experience in climate change. They are what some people have called us as living experts of what climate change is. So there's this dichotomy, there's this distinction between people who know just from head knowledge what climate change is, and they want to take this head on, and then there's this difference between people who feel this on a day-to-day basis, who have a lot of passion on what is climate change affecting in their lives, what they stand to lose, versus some of the people who just have this very narrow head knowledge on climate change. So I think that's something we came across, and it's not I wouldn't blame anyone for this understanding. It's just that it's what reality and circumstances have brought. Some people know more, and some people are right at the forefront of this. That's what makes them, gives this extra layer of understanding and extra layer of realization based on the gravity of the crisis that they face on a day-to-day basis.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that resonates also quite well with what Shagan and Ann said to an extent, but then also interesting to hear, of course. I mean, it must come as no surprise that in Fiji, of course, and similar countries, the urgency among young people is much more, right? They're fighting for their future. So, and I think we can talk about this a little bit more. I just wanted to move to Rinaldi now. And Rinaldi, so you work for the Indonesian government, right? This again, you have a very different background, again, from the other speakers. I was kind of curious to hear, can you maybe tell us about how your department or the government in general in Indonesia, like, do they value people? How do they value people? Is it a priority, or should it become a priority? Yeah, so if you could perhaps reflect a little bit on that, that would be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. First of all, thank you for the UNDP for having me to participate in this fascinating discussion. Yeah, I'm from Indonesia. Now I'm working in the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic Indonesia. Specifically, I become the expert staff of Minister for the global value chains. I have a master's degree in globalization and development. Basically, my job is analyzing the potential opportunity for the state-owned enterprises to participate in global value chains. And then, yeah, this Minister of State-Owned Enterprises manage 41 state-owned enterprises in Indonesia. Regarding to your question about does your organization value young people and how? Let's start with, can you guess how old am I now, Kevin?
Well, asking me might be, I might know. It was 25, right?
Yeah. Yeah, correct. I'm 25 years old, and I'm one of the youngest expert staff in the office. Most of my colleagues in the office above 40 years old. In the ministry SOEs, we also have Mr. Teddy Barata, a deputy of human resource, who is the youngest deputy in Indonesia. Many of the minister's staff from state-owned enterprises come from a young generation, and it can be argued that there is no age discrimination in the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises. As long as you have capabilities and competencies to do that, there is no age restrictions. Furthermore, as a ministry which supervises the Indonesia state-owned enterprises, we also applied the principle of young inclusion in our 41 state-owned enterprises. The Minister State-Owned Enterprises, Mr. Erick Thohir, has set target for millennials and also for the women to sit on the board of director positions. He wants to increase the number of BOD from the young generation into 15% and 25% for the women by 2024. We also established a young association for the young generation in state-owned enterprises to associate and to share their knowledge, and those organizations also have coaching and mentorship program to enhance young generation and also women capabilities. In a sense, from my story, Ministry of State-owned enterprises has shown a massive progress in the youth affirmation. The key of this institution to value young people is about the commitment and the real action to provide a space for youth to grow.
Thank you, Reynaldi. And yeah, I think we can discuss this a little bit more later on. But what I find interesting in this respect is that, I mean, the UN Secretary General quite recently came out with a report, Our Common Agenda, and there he argues that, you know, youth involvement within government or within political processes is often tokenism, but really glad to hear actually that here in Indonesia, we see really encouraging developments and, you know, the things you outlined. So we'll come back to you and I'll ask you a little bit more to give some examples. So I see how we can make this a little bit more tangible. But now I would like to turn to Watsal. So Watsal, we spoke before, and you've worked with UNDP's Youth Collab team, and you're a social entrepreneur, right? So you own a company, Docha, and you make, amongst other things, I believe you make shoes, and you try to respect people and the communities and the environment in which you operate. So I was really curious to hear from you. Can you briefly tell us about your company and how it seeks to do these things, right? So respect and contribute to human rights.
First and foremost, thank you so much, Kevin, and the organizers. It's a privilege to be a part of this panel. So I am Watsal, and I am a co-founder of Doja. We infuse art, culture, and traditions of different communities in Nepal, infuse it within our products, which is mostly footwear, accessories, and handmade, other handmade products as well. So as said earlier, like the community empowerment and the indigenous skill is what we have in core of our business, and we respect the inclusivity and we respect the diversity in our communities as well. So talking about how we respect and seek to respect human rights, there are two forefronts of how we do it, which is one inside of the organization and one outside of it. So when we talk about inside of the organization, it's mostly respecting the wage of the workers and giving more fair wages and having better industry practices. In Nepal, it's very much it's run very much in a rudimentary system where footwear and the labors in footwear are not so much kept into limelight where when it comes to human rights and basic necessities in a workplace. So we have a proper workplace condition and we give out fair wages, and we abide by the labor laws which are given by the nation as well. And when we come and talk about outside of the company, it's mostly related to the supply chain and also the community and the nearby surroundings of the workplace and the workplace facilities. So when we talk about supply chain, we make sure that they also abide by the labor laws given by the Constitution of Nepal, and we have also technical aspect. We also examine the technical aspect of how they are procured, how they are made. So we take all of those things into account. And when it comes to the community around our facilities, we make sure there is good health and safety assurances around the facility. The incident management is there, which also resonates with a lot of manufacturing industries, hazardous practices that is being seen in all around Southeast Asia. And we make sure that it's also taken into account and is the primary thing that we focus on. That is how we also talking about the community empowerment, which is the core of our idea of running Docha. We take into account and we have various communities working towards Docha and the manufacturing units that we have. We empower the Dalit communities, Dalit women and women groups from various different communities. And we also have marginalized communities working for us in our manufacturing units. And we give them more skills to enhance their livelihoods and enhance their capabilities when it comes to increasing and enhancing their quality of life overall. Thanks.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I think I really mean this when I say I think you found a new future consumer in me. So thank you so much for that. And I would like to ask you a follow-up question as well. So when we spoke before, you said you don't really consider yourself a young person anymore. You know, you're like a little bit older now. But you started as an entrepreneur when you were 19.
Right.
And so I can imagine that really, you know, it introduced a lot of challenges for you. So I wanted to ask you, like, was it hard as a young person to become an entrepreneur and to be taken serious? Did you experience any hurdles, any barriers? And perhaps could you provide some examples to paint a picture for us a bit? Thank you.
So when I started, when I was 19 and pursuing my engineering degree, so I come from a working class family. So having a business was a far-fetched idea. And the major hurdle was coming within the family. And so I had to convince the family first, so that, yes, I'm taking this as my career option as well. And also was taking my studies alongside. So that was a major hurdle in itself. However, when it came to doing business and practicing business or establishing a business, the major concern was the people in the authority, bureaucracy, or even the community not taking us seriously when it came to establishing a business. So that came as a surprise for me in a way, because I thought it would be much more easier when the money is put down, when the idea is in the papers and ready to be executed. However, that was not the case. And the older generation were very much skeptical about how we would run a business or how we take care of the financial sustainability part of the businesses. So from bureaucracy to the community, there were major hurdles. As simple as leasing a land was very much hard. So whenever we used to scour for a land to lease, people would be very skeptical about whether or not they would be able to pay rent, or even though we would tell them that we would give them advance of X many months, they would still be skeptical about they're not going to do it in long term, or they had major skepticism when it came to running a business and financially sustaining it. So yeah, those were the major hurdles, I would say. So in terms of policy also, there were not many things that we could do when I started. So that was a major setback when it came to, being a young person in his late teenage and starting a business.
And so when you think of these challenges that you faced and you overcame, what do you think young entrepreneurs like yourself in the past need to flourish, and who can help you with this? I mean, I know it's a broad question, but
right.
Still would like to ask it to you.
So I think majorly the country, Nepal in itself is ran by older generation. As Rinaldi said, he is the youngest in his workplace. I think in our government as well, old people run the younger state or younger country, where our median age is only 24.6. And that raises the question whether or not people are, aware of, the older generation is aware of how we can utilize this youth force and how you can utilize this energy to flourish, right? So I would say there has been a few things that has been going on pretty well, from UN agencies to state level agencies to government agencies. And there has been various programs that are run. I was a part of a UNDP-run youth collab, which was a great eye-opener for me and gave me so much opportunities. And there are other few which are also running in the country right now. But major takeaways would be starting an innovation hub or incubation centers for youth to, ideate and give more space to their ideation and talk about more youth activism and how we can engage all the youth in various different fields. Alongside that, I think including how we can make space for youth in our curriculums and how we can change that by having a quick addition to our curriculums would also foster and give the youth to chance to flourish, be it in business, be it in climate change, be it in gender equality, or whichever field they choose to work with.
Thank you so much. And just reminding all the participants as well, I still have a few questions for the panelists, but in the meanwhile, if you have any questions, do let us know and we will ask them to the participants, the panelists. So now I would like to turn again to Vishal. So I was wondering, can you explain to the participants here a little bit more about about your organization, right? So what types of objectives does it have? And how do you work with young people? And I think I have some follow-up questions for you as well, but I think there's some really interesting learnings that we can take from this. So yeah, if you could please enlighten us. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Kevin, for that. So I'm part of two organizations and both work on essentially the same objective. So it's the Pacific Island Students Fighting Climate Change and the World's Youth for Climate Justice. And so our objective, the main objective that we are working towards is seeking an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on climate change. So this is a very legal, from the very outset, you'd say this is a very legal campaign. So our rationale is that climate change is a very cross-cutting issue. It's affecting all of us in a variety of ways. And in order to reach a solution to this, we need a whole of society approach to this. And so you have the political community working, you have the diplomatic, you have the scientific community, everyone's working. So you need the legal community as well. You need the law or to utilize the law in order to achieve some, or in a way that can help address the climate crisis. And so what we're looking for is to discuss climate change through the lens of human rights. So all our human rights that we enjoy are being affected by climate change in one way or the other. And so there needs to be a remedy for this. And so what we're campaigning for is for an opinion from the International Court of Justice that can clarify what are the obligations of states towards current and future generations in protecting their rights from the adverse effects of climate change, rights that are affected by the adverse effects of climate change. And so this campaign is run on a number of fronts. You have the diplomatic front that needs to go through the UN General Assembly, but more towards the grassroots level, to the community level, is we're trying to build this consciousness among young people to understand. While there is already understanding on climate change, we're trying to build this understanding on how climate change is affected, is interlinked with human rights. So there's this nexus that they both share. And then it's important to understand and realize that everyone's human rights are being affected by climate change, and there needs to be this human solution to this. And that's essentially what we're trying to do. So at the grassroots level, we have 4 chapters across 4 Pacific Island countries. That's in Fiji, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, and Tonga. And we mostly work with young people, university students, or basically anyone, any young person, even high school students, secondary school students, they're interested in the campaign. And we're trying to what we call educate and activate young people. So there's always this desire for young people to be involved, to be engaged, and they're all very concerned about climate change, but they need this space to be able to utilize or to show their work or how they can be involved. And so in order for us to help them find this platform, we need to first educate them on all of this broad thematic areas, specifically in our case, human rights and climate change. and then to activate their consciousness towards this, and so that they can be agents of change wherever they go. So we'll do a couple of activities through our chapters, but I maybe I could share this a bit later on. And we've run a couple of activities as well to get people to understand this very complex nexus between climate and human rights, and how we can go about doing this.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, and I encourage everyone here to have a look at the websites of these organizations. What I found especially interesting also is the type of support, the kind of support that you were able to get, not only, I mean, activating all these young people, but even from the really expert international legal community, right? So I think that's some really interesting learnings for us there as well. So maybe you can dive deeper into those perhaps a bit more if there are questions. But I would really want to ask you a similar question that I asked other speakers, but what are some of the challenges you face in your work as a young person and as working with young people? And how did you overcome these challenges?
Sure. So I touched on this briefly. So one of the challenges that we normally face is in our campaign, and just maybe this is quite specific to our work, is that because the nature of our campaign is quite legal and quite technical, it can be a put off for young people to join quite often, because young people, it's very legal, so it appeals to only the legal law students or those already in the legal fraternity. But you would want not just them to be involved, you want a broad spectrum of young people, essentially everyone, to be involved in this. And so explaining the campaign, why this is all necessary, why this linkage between human rights and climate change is so necessary. And you see the work that OHCHR does and a couple of other NGOs do. They're quite important. And it's now necessary for us to bring that message, bring those learnings down to young people so that they can understand. And not everyone goes and reads a report from what the OHCHR does or what the Human Rights Council does. And so it's important that we at the grassroots level are able to take these lessons, and however they're relevant to the work we do, and pass it down to young people. And so getting this message to them has always been a challenge. One way we've tried to navigate through this is young people have their own ways that they like to be reached. So what we did was we created an animation video, essentially. It's on our website if you'd like to have a watch of it. It's 2 minutes long, but it explains the whole advisory opinion campaign in an animated format that a young person, regardless of age, would be able to understand. So it's this bringing down of this very broad, very complex campaign into a 2-minute video that can explain it to young people. And so everywhere we've campaigned internationally and locally, we've brought this video with us that helps set the scene quite well. Another thing we did was we launched in the Solomon Islands, this was shot and produced, we launched a music video that was also quite popular among young people. So it had this message of our campaign while showcasing the reality of climate change in the music video. It was able to showcase our message and reach these young people. And we've done similar things. We've ran art competitions, we've ran social media competitions. All of this are geared towards passing this message to young people in a way, in a format, through a platform that is more conducive to them rather than mainstream, because they're not there on your newspaper. They don't read newspaper. Young people don't read newspapers. They don't read long articles. Well, most of them from what we say. So it's to reach the broader community, young people community. This is something we've done. And just briefly, also another challenge that we've come across is that because we're young people, our organization is all led by young people. Sometimes it's a challenge because people don't take you seriously. And when you take on this challenge to go to the International Court of Justice, a lot of people see you with skepticism because they say, how can you do that? It's such an ambitious campaign, such a huge thing to do. How will you be able to do this? And so it sometimes is a challenge. Sometimes it can be quite intimidating. Sometimes it can be quite daunting to face this. But and we've discussed this earlier. I think one way we've tried to do this, show our credibility, show that we can have a seat and effectively contribute to the discussions, what we normally like to say is that we use this two-pronged approach. You look inward and then you present outward. So when you say look inward, it means that even though you have this skepticism, you have this criticism, you have people saying all the negatives around you, you need to build yourself. As young people, there's always space for us to build ourselves. So that means looking inwardly and how you can develop yourself in order to produce quality work. So and this has worked well for us. That when you produce quality work, you are cementing your credibility out there for other people. So while you still may be young, if people see your work and see the quality and the authenticity and the credibility in your work, it automatically builds your respect, builds your reputation, and it's honestly, it's worked for us. So people who didn't take us seriously, after a year maybe, or after some time, when they've seen us, seen our work, they've seen what we have been able to do, they come back to us and they have a completely different tone towards us. So I think it helps when you build yourself, look inwardly, and then present that outwardly as well.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I think that's definitely something, for the participants here, but also for young people. I mean, all the reflections you made to keep in mind. And actually, I want to zoom in on one thing you said, because you mentioned very briefly the word cynical among young people. So I just wanted to, ask you the following, and with a little bit of context. So like the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, right? So these guidelines were developed by Professor John Ruggie. He was a special representative for the Secretary General of the UN. What he said is he kind of compared business and human rights to climate change. And he looked at climate change to see how can we address business human rights issues, because there are similarities on many fronts. And he called climate change a so-called wicked problem, right? So it's a huge a problem of huge scale that's very difficult to solve. And now my point is the following. One of the, like within the business human rights world, another expert in the field, he said, we really need, so we cannot, with these wicked problems, we cannot solve these problems in one day, right? Progress is always, slow but steady, perhaps. At the same time, we need to keep people engaged. We need to keep civil society actors engaged, because if we do not, they stop pushing for change, right? And so my question to you now is, and perhaps we can draw some lessons from this climate change discourse to business and human rights, is do young people you work with ever become cynical, right? And what can we do to keep them on the table? Or maybe is this not an issue? So that's what I would like to ask you. Thank
you. To be honest, it is for a certain group of people, it does become a point where they become disengaged, whether they drop out and they move on. But for us in the Pacific, we actually have some, you will find some people, but for majority of them, it's the matter of climate change and these big issues, specifically climate change, is a matter of life and a matter of survival for them. And so this is what is the driving motivation for many young people to join these campaigns, to support and to find a voice and to find a place in this. And it goes back to this. So if motivation comes from sources like this, then the chances of people dropping out, people being cynical, even though progress is very slow, as you've seen from COP and all of these other formal spaces. But it's this desire, that's motivation that, hey, you have so much to lose if you don't do anything. And so you don't have a second option. You don't have a chance to just rest on your laurels and just be cynical about everything, because you have to keep trying, because you have so much to lose. And if you're from climate vulnerable countries and from the Pacific or other regions in the world that are affected by climate change as severely as this, you will realize that you don't have, as I said, you don't have a second option. And so you only have this one thing. You have to keep fighting. And so I guess for young people, to keep them engaged, it's to utilize the mechanisms that young people are most familiar with. And so that way, if you're doing that, you are automatically engaging young people. And so use social media, there's a lot of online tools right now that are available, and you could do this even in times of COVID. We've seen that even though you're not able to gather, you're not able to meet people, but you can, to a certain degree, keep young people engaged in the virtual space. And so there's a lot of things out there that we can do to keep people engaged. And I think it's just a matter of finding what works best. And in terms of motivation, I guess if for us in the global south and for many vulnerable countries, it's not a matter of being cynical and being engaged.
I like it. It's a message of hope. That's great. And you know, with this again leads us then back to Arnaldi, because of course, like with climate change, it's really acknowledged that governments, you know, they play a leading role, and putting this all into the context of our conversations about engaging young people and working with young people and actively and meaningfully involving them. Like Rinaldi, in your view, what role can governments play in, you know, in doing this and including people, young people meaningfully? Yeah, if you could please provide us some reflections, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. I think all of us agree that young generation is supremely important to drive the change. As also Vishal mentioned earlier, that young people can help also tackle the issue of climate change and political economic issue. Personally, I think government is largely responsible to ensure youth engagement in political, economic, and social life. Government, with all their powers and resource, has capability to empower young generation. Thus, political willingness and political affirmation to develop young generation from the leader is supremely important. Based on my experience, there are several ways that government can do to better accommodate the youth needs and develop their capabilities. First and foremost, the government needs to provide access for the young generation to express what their needs, what their problems, and also their aspiration to grow, as well as access to be a part of the institution. As I previously mentioned before, in the state-owned enterprises, we have the youth association, to empower the young generation in the state-owned enterprises. We provide mentorship, coaching programs for the young talents. And then for the young talent who is not working in the state-owned enterprises, we also have an internship program. This internship program aims to link and match between education and industry needs and prepare the young generation to enter the job markets. Second, government need to ensure that young people are fairly represented because they are the one that know the problem, the challenge itself. And that is one of the reasons why we support the youth leadership and set the target 15% of young talent under 40 to sit in on the board of director. Our institution aims to empower young generation, prepare their future, because we are aware that young generation are the future generations. We review age limit and restriction to reduce the barriers of young generations to become a leader in the company, ranging from acceleration program to the enhancement of merit system that emphasize the competency, not the age. Lastly, the government also needs to encourage, recognize, and support new form of youth participation in the development process. Either it's startup movement or the civil society movement. Nowadays, also there are many startups from the young generation that aims to ease the problem of the society. We support them also by providing financial access. If the startups is already developed, we have state-owned venture capitalists that are ready to invest. So I think that's the three important action that government can do to empower the young generations.
Great, thank you so much. I mean, we're already getting into recommendations, so that's really good to see. And you know, I hope that all the participants are listening to these recommendations as well. I would like to ask you a follow-up question. So, you know, you've worked with young people like your colleagues within the government, or perhaps, you know, people that you know that you don't work with directly. But could you provide us maybe some examples of how you know that these young people changed something within the government for the better?
Yes, of course. In Indonesia, the clear example of how the young people can make something different in the government can be seen from the election of Nadiem Makarim as a Minister of Education. He is still 37 years old. Then he was a former CEO of Gojek, Indonesia's largest ride-sharing startup. He has many breakthroughs in the education sectors. because he comes from the private sector. He has new ideas. He has expertise in the digital industry as well. So when the pandemic COVID-19 hit us in Indonesia, it can be argued that our education system is quite stable because the minister can directly transform the face-to-face classes system to the online learning. And the other example from what is his big breakthrough is the freedom of learning program that aims to give teacher the autonomy to select the learning method that they find most suitable for their students. So it changed from the strict methods learning to the more flexible, to more open. And then also for the university student, this policy also give them opportunity to learn outside the study programs and campuses for up to 3 semesters by choosing internship, independent study, research, humanity, project, rural development, etc. It means that the undergraduate student, the university student nowadays can choose what he want to do in the what he want to learn in the to also get a credit in the university. So it changes. And in the state-owned enterprises, Minister Thohir also very supportive to the young generation. He invited the best talent to join state-owned enterprises. He recruited Fajrin Rashid from Bukalapak, it's Indonesia e-commerce startup, and also Soleh Ayubi from the United Healthcare Group in the USA. The participation of young generation in Indonesia SOEs brings many new ideas, innovation culture, and breakthrough for the better SOEs. The reason why Minister Thohir also selected the young person, Fajrin Rashid, as a director of digital business in the Indonesia's telecommunication company, because he wants to transform these state-owned enterprises into digital company. From that story, we can see that the young generation can make something different, can make something big, because they have a new idea that's still fresh, and it can be a breakthrough for the old system of the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rinaldi. And we'll come back to you for some recommendations to the participants here with us today. But now I would like to go back to An. And An, you spoke all at the beginning, and we heard a lot from the other panelists. So now I would like to ask you. So we've heard a lot about how young people can influence policies. What is their role? How can be supported to influence these policies? Can you provide some issues or some examples where you think young people can really make a change?
Yeah, so I come from a predominantly academic and research background. So I think that is where I think, well, personally, for my very biased opinion, that's where young people can make a lot of change. Because I guess a lot of the young generations in their education, they're exposed to a lot of new ideas. Like we read a lot of news, we are exposed to so much media. So I think our experience are very interdisciplinary. So, why the older generation maybe get very well trained in one disciplines, I think we tend to be more open to, new disciplines and then new ideas, new ways of doing. So I think one very particular example is that there are they tend to have like the young generations being very well versed in quantitative methods, so like very good with data analysis in general, right? But also very good with like social issues and like the understanding of it. So I think that bridge between more technical aspect of how to do things and then bridge with like what is there to do is very important. And for example, in my work, I do a lot of work on a lot of like mapping and like GIS applications on like visualizing how inequality has built up in cities, and then how health is centralized, and then how health services are visualized in cities. And then I think that really bridged the gap between like science and policies. So I think is one of the contribution that we can make. And I guess not only in pure academia, though, there are many other opportunities where I think the interdisciplinary that we have learned in our day, like educations, can contribute in business. For example, I think Vietnam and a lot of other like Asia Pacific countries are mainly like a lot very strong economically on manufacturing, right? So having a generations of engineers or technical person having more well-versed in like social knowledge can also be, helpful as well. Like they would know what are the problems existing in their business, and they having that knowledge, contributing to be the voice and trying to make change within their own business, and then having a more generalized change in the wider society. I think that also be another contribution that the generational difference can make. I think another difference that young people can bring to the policy table is that we also very well aware of our surroundings. So I do reflect with other participants, the panelists talk about how we need to bring youth into the policy making, and then but I think we also really need to have more localized knowledge as well, because I think what I realized, because Vietnam are not very frontal, like we're not the most vulnerable places for climate change, for example. I think there are disconnection between like what we see, what we experience every day, and then the agenda of sustainable development in the country. Many people don't see that connections in their daily work. So I think the power of youth is to bridge that difference, to see where the localized knowledge come from, where is the problems of sustainable development in your own area, and then to tell people that this is the problem. Right? Like it's not only the mountains where tree cutting are the problem, where like deforestation is happening, but in the cities there are other problems of segregation, of income disparity is happening, but people don't really make that connection to wider sustainable issues. So I think the role of youth is to bridging that disparity.
Great, thank you so much. That was really great, and it spurred some ideas in me as well. But I really want to move on so we can maybe also address one of the questions from the panel. And I have a few more questions for all of you. Shagan, I wanted to turn to you. You're when we were speaking the other day, you told me your age and the position you're in, and you're in a very senior position for your age, right? I was really impressed. And so that's why I really wanted to ask you as well. And it's a similar question that other panelists have been asked: are there any barriers for young people like yourself when it comes to decision making and convincing people within or outside your organization? And could you provide some examples, perhaps?
Sure. One of the things I started doing early on, and I started doing that, for example, when I went for my master's also, because I was the youngest person in my cohort. I was 20 years old when I was doing my master's. Everyone else was like in their late 20s or whatever. I stopped telling people my age and I let them assume what they wanted to assume. And I know that's not a good solution. I know that's not something I would even champion. But it was almost like I was passing for someone who was 27 or 28. And even today, like a lot of people think that when they talk to me, because they take me more seriously when they think I'm older, right? And they think that, well, she can lead this project because she's almost 30 years old. And then they get the shock of their lives when they realize, well, I've just turned 23, like a couple months ago. And so it's shameful, to be honest. That's the word I would use, that just because of a number, you're defining the capability that I have, or that a lot of other young people have. And I know that that's a reason why a lot of us, for example, don't have a voice on important platforms, because we are told that, well, you don't have experience, you don't have the years under you, and so on and so forth. And here's what I say, and what is my message to the world. When oil was discovered many years ago, it was like life-changing, and our lives took a turn 360 degrees and whatever it was. I think that the superpower of the world that we live in today and right now is the youth. because we're living in a world which has a very large young population. And if we don't harness the energy that young people have, and if we keep saying that the youth is the future, which I disagree with, because I think young people are the present and the future. So if we don't acknowledge that young people are the present, we don't bring them to decision-making tables, what we're doing is we're delaying the kind of progress that can happen. We're delaying the ripple effects of bringing this energy to decision-making tables. And by that, why that's important is because of 2-3 reasons. And I agree with Anne when she said that, we bring this local perspective to this new global that has opened up for us. But also because I think we are not saying we know everything. I've never, in fact, met a young person, even if you look at Greta, for example, or you look at any other young person, we've never said we know everything. Just sit down and listen to us. What we're saying is, you know, and you have the experience, so teach us, but we have this energy and we don't want to sit at home and just play video games. So tell us what we can do to make this world a better place. And that passion, that kind of raw drive, where so many of us are working voluntarily, we're working unpaid, and we're happy to do it, is not being channelized. We're not bringing these people to important decision-making tables, to important organizations where these conversations can take place. And therefore, the decisions we're taking are also inherently not addressing the fact that young people are the present. We're not just going to create decisions for the future, we're creating decisions for our now. And even, for example, with business and human rights, that's very important, right? I have experience working with the Business and Human Rights Resource Center as well, and this is like the core of my work. But that's the thing, we cannot just expect this change, like Professor Raghi used to say, top down. This also has to come bottom up. And what that means is, when you have young people work as associates and consultants and research analysts and whatever it is in different organizations, if we all imagine this, and I urge all our participants to imagine this, if all young people across the world, whether it's from an Amazon to a ExxonMobil or whatever it is, if all of us start rallying that, well, we're not going to accept these conditions for workers in minorities, we're not going to work for these organizations, well, are workers then going to come from Mars? No, organizations will have to listen to us because we're the people doing their everyday jobs, right? And so it is so crucial to empower young people with the ability and the voice to speak up when they see injustice. And for that, like I said before when I was speaking, we need to open the door. We need to drag a chair whenever you see a table and be there even if you're not wanted. Because I say this often, no is not the right answer. So whenever someone used to say this to me, and it sounds really problematic, but I'll give you context. Whenever someone used to say, well, you can't do this because you're too young, or no, you don't have experience, I believe this very strongly. No is just a yes that's going to come later. So if they said no to me right now, in another 6 months, they're going to say yes to me. And that's because I'm not going to stop working, right? And so no is just not the right answer. This is to all young people who are listening. If you've ever been, if the door has ever been closed on your face and there's no seat on the table, drag one, break a window, make your space, because you're the one living in this world and you need your voice to be heard.
Thank you so much, Shagun. Very eloquently put. So I have a final question for everyone. I would like to ask you, please keep it to 1 or 2 minutes so that we can go to some of the questions that I see are coming in. So yeah, please again, 1 or 2 minutes. The same question for everyone. And I'll start with Watsal because we haven't heard from you in a while. So do you have, apart from the ones you already gave, do you have any other recommendations for the participants here today with us, mainly UN agencies and civil society organizations, on how to leverage youth as a power for change?
So I would say a few things for youth and for the agencies as well. So I think for the youth, it would be majorly influential if there will be a essence of involving the communities in their work or even their work procedures and operations. That goes to the agencies as well. If involving the communities, being more contextual of how to work out things can be done, and engaging more youth. And for the youth, it would be it's a learning process, and when you have the time, it's experiential learning. So like learning by doing is the key to go, and making space for change, making space for the youth to have the decision-making roles in various different organizations, and organizational changes should be done for making those spaces to the youth, so that they become more, they have more decision-making capabilities and put in those roles. And also, just to sum it up, just for the youth, just have fun while you're doing it. Yeah, that would be my giveaways.
Thank you so much. So, An, can I turn to you? What would be your recommendation to the participants today?
Yeah, I think I probably have two. Considering the environment of, let's say, specifically Vietnam in particular, where human rights is a very, I guess, sensitive topic. I would say I would love to have a more protected environment where, doing youth activists, for example, because there are, sometimes talking about environmental issues that's clash with other economic interests of like stakeholders or, government agencies, other bigger companies, I would say. And then because of the political environment we're in, sometimes we don't feel super safe in saying what we want to say. So, like I think in international organizations and the UN in particular can help foster environments where it is more secure, and then is more inspired, like accommodating of our need for privacy. And then I think the second thing is reach more to the mass population, I would say. So the programs maybe, like it's easier to reach, I would say the top students. Like it's easier to reach the one who already somewhat informed, but I think it takes a lot more work to reach to the one who are the more common, like the mass, the majority. So I think that's need to work a lot with like the government and, especially with educations, with Minister of Educations at various local levels, need to get into more extracurricular activities or mandatory system maybe. But yeah, I think that would be my 2 points.
Great, thank you so much. And then if we could move to, let's see, Rinaldi.
Hi, yes. I think to empower and leverage youth as a power of change, we should work closely. We should work hand in hand, ranging from the government, business industry, to civil society, to develop the roadmap of the youth development, which also align with the sustainable development agenda. We need to have a clear roadmap for youth development to face tremendous challenge in the future, and I hope also United Nations agency can facilitate and develop it, because there are many challenges in the future. We need to aware about the climate change, as Anne and Xiahun has mentioned before, and also we need to aware about the challenge of telemigrants, robotic, automation, etc. If we don't have any clear roadmap, it will cause a wider gap in our society. So we need to anticipate it. We need to tackle it, and then I also hope that UN and also the CSO can provide more skills development program for the youth, and also encourage the government to strengthen the implementation and coordination of youth policies. Lastly, as Vishal Prasad mentioned before, that we need to penetrate to a more comfortable platform for the young generation. So I hope that in the future, this kind of event can be more aggressive, penetrated into new platforms such as podcast, Spotify, YouTube, Instagram, etc. And we are very open to collaborate in the state-owned enterprises to make it happen. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. A lot to unpack there as well. But first, maybe let's go to Vishal. Vishal, do you have any recommendations to the participants today?
Yeah, I would agree with what everyone has said before me. But maybe just two more points I'd like to add, and this is mainly for UN agencies and institutions that are here. I guess in order to leverage young people and get them involved, and because there's these huge, very important agencies, I think one way these agencies, we all can do this is if we have young people reaching out to young people. I think it's more effective, it's more useful, and it provides this great bridge if young people from agencies are reaching out to young people. So it means we need to be putting more young people into positions, more young people into these formal spaces where they can then provide this different perspective, but also be this bridge to the other young people, other youth that are out there. So that's one thing I'd suggest. And the second is that and this is something we face here, is that a lot of UN agencies, they do great work, but it's very difficult for the ordinary young person and these ordinary grassroots campaigns that are run for them to understand what these UN agencies are doing and how they're operating and how they can add value to the work that these young people are doing on the ground. So maybe if some work can be undertaken in simplifying the work that these agencies do and how they can help grassroots campaigns, how they can help young people, and how also young people can fit into the work that these agencies are doing, and so that there is this clear communication, clear understanding, oh, I can be a part of this agency because they're doing this and they can support me in this way, or the work, the agents of change or the change that I'm trying to lead, they can help me in this way. And so it's this idea of communication, making messaging simple so that people can understand how these agencies operate and how they can fit into what we're doing.
Thank you so much. And then before we head to the questions of the participants, I would like to turn to Shagan. Shagan, do you have anything to add to this impressive body of recommendations that has already been given?
Sure. I mean, I agree with everyone. First of all, if we do all of these things, we would live in a much better world. A couple of things. Two things for organizations. One is the way it exists right now is that we see a lot of youth bodies as part of big organizations. So for example, you see Amnesty International having a youth wing. You see the UN having youth wings. I fundamentally disagree with that. And I know that that might sound really radical, but I think that's fundamentally problematic. Because young people are not, it's like, you have a program for WASH or you have a program for equality. You don't have a program for young people. Young people have to be flat and across the organization. So we have to be a part of all teams rather than having one team for young people and then just shoving it to the side and, like kind of treating it as foot soldiers. And that's what exists right now. We have all of these organizations having youth groups, except those youth groups have to do all the work of every part of the organization. So rather than having a youth group, have youth in every group. That's recommendation number one. Number two that I would give is, how like many years ago, because of the gender divide and feminism and the radical wave that came, we stopped looking at gender as part of resumes for people and we started looking at just the qualifications. Let's also stop looking at age. Because the minute we do that, the minute we stop looking at the age that someone has, I can guarantee that if on my resume I had the age of 30 and not 23, I would be sitting in a very different position when I had applied, right? And if we stop looking at age as a number, we usher in this generation of young people to these positions where we're not saying we don't want to learn. We want to learn, but we also will have the energy to implement what we learn. And like Vishal was saying right now, we'll also then have the power to engage with more and more youth and invite them into these kind of conversations. Those are two for organizations. When it comes to young people, and I know that you spoke a little bit about cynicism and other things like that in and around this topic. One of the things I think is there isn't a dearth of issues that we can focus on, right? There are so many problems. Like, literally, if we just open our eyes and look around us, there are so many problems around us in the society that need action. And so my message to young people is just start somewhere. Like Vishal was saying and others were saying, just open your eyes. It could be a simple Instagram reel or a TikTok video that you start making. It could be a small campaign that you do to clean up your community. There are problems everywhere. And with this, COVID-19 pandemic, one of the upsides has been that there's this new public space that has opened up, which is this digital space. And so this means that you now have a different platform, a different public space where you are not treated as an, unequal because of your gender or race or, your culture, whatever it is. This is a space that you can truly own and occupy. And so my message to young people is occupy that space. Take that chair and use your voice, because the future is not waiting for us.
Thank you so much. Again, very great reflections. And we have some 5, max 10 minutes left. So I'd like to raise a question from the audience, from Linka. And her question is, and please perhaps raise your hand if you're interested in answering this question. If I see no hands, I'll just ask someone to reflect perhaps, but let's see. She asks, if you could swap your roles with some key decision makers, policy makers, or leaders of institutions, how would you engage with young people? So what would you do if you were in a position of power? I'm not sure if anyone wants to reflect on that. Sure, Shagan, go ahead.
I mean, like I was saying right now, like one of the things I would do is obviously have more young people in these positions. But I think another thing that's very important is to also recognize the work that young people do through our organizations, right? And not just see them as volunteers and as interns and whatever it is. So if I had to swap my position as one, leader, I would truly open up organizations as they exist, invite more young people to consult on documents like we did, for example, with our WASH resolution, which we as One Child World presented to UN Water, was that bring young people and their opinions and their locales to this global policy that you're trying to make. So that's one small change. And these are not even big policy level changes I'm talking about. Very small changes to have consulting groups where young people are invited into conversations, so that training that's required, when Vishal was saying that a lot of the work that he's doing right now requires a lot of legal jargon, that training will happen on the job. And so you're doing as you're learning, as you're bringing change. And so that's one thing that we can start with.
Thank you. And I see we have another question from Ben. And Vishal, I think this is a good question for you since you're such an active campaigner. So Ben asks, have any of you, or Vishal, have you experienced any backlash when you have campaigned? And what is the security and protection that we need to include in our programs and support? And perhaps you can also draw on, colleagues that that campaign and gone into perhaps some unsafe situations if you, for example, have not. I'm not sure if you would want to reflect.
Yeah, just very briefly, that is a real concern when you're working on human rights, when you're working on climate change. It does become a concern because there's sometimes you might cross a line that you were not supposed to, and so you need these protections and you need this support. Personally, I have not come across such a situation, thankfully, and I'm the colleagues that I've worked with, I'm not aware of any as well, but we've recently started work in both organizations. In the organization I work with, is that to draw up mechanisms, draw up support that is already existing. If in the event you have, say, a campaigner, a young person that finds himself or herself in trouble, what is the plan then? How do we go about doing this? And that means looking at support from, say, lawyers, looking at support from other NGOs, other entities that can provide support, and just having all of that ready in place so that you have a plan to fall back to when this happens. So there's some work that we're currently doing on that. And so I guess my response would be that it's just, and for young people, it should not be a barrier to go ahead. Obviously, your protection support is obviously very important, but I guess you need to have plans in place, and that's something of what we're doing, and from our experience.
Great, thank you so much. And I'll take one more question from the audience because we're running out of time, and then may I already ask everyone to prepare to put your camera on so we can just make a group picture as well. Okay, so last question from Harris, and it's for Shagun. Does your recommendation of having youth across all platforms instead of one specific platform apply to government organizations as well? For example, having youth in all ministries instead of having a separate youth ministry?
Absolutely. And I love that you asked this question. Absolutely. Because you know what happens right now is when you have these youth ministries, it's like almost saying that let's have a separate government for women. Imagine that, right? You're saying all women leaders cannot campaign in elections, cannot stand for prime minister or president, but there's a separate ministry that exists for women. Who is that going to help? Young people don't exist in echo chambers. We don't exist in, on a different kind of planet. We exist in this real world. And when you have these youth ministries, what you're doing is you're pushing us to a corner where we are only engaging with this echo chamber of other young people who agree with us. And so most of our meetings, and I'm speaking for all of the young people here, most of our meetings is someone saying something interesting, and then all of us saying, well, yes, we agree. And that's it, because there's no one who's implementing it. Everyone's nodding, everyone's excited. And so we need young people and youth ministers and young politicians and all of these people as part of main governments, because it's like saying we're second-class citizens when you kind of create this bifurcation. So absolutely, and I love that question.
Thank you so much. Okay, I mean, these were all excellent reflections from you all. I would like to thank you so much to the people in that inserted questions in the chat box. We might not have time to address them now, but in the next session, we will actually have a lot of time to do the questions. Rinaldi, I see you raised your hand.
Maybe just add one small thing, because
yes, of course, please.
Show that Shagan is very attractive to raise the issue of youth. I agree with you, Shagan. As a youth, we can't make anything. I mean, we have a resource, we also have the energy, but my point is we also need to learn also from the old generation. So there's a transfer of knowledge, because sometimes we don't have wisdom of the old generation. So the best thing, I think, is the combination between the wisdom of the all senior generation and also from our generation, and we can collaborate hand in hand. Today is the day of collaboration. So if we can collaborate with all elements of nations, we can make a better place for us.
Thank you, Rinaldi, for adding that. And indeed, I think, it goes both ways. Young people need to be included meaningfully, but also, I mean, we still have a lot to learn from the generations that came before us. So also good to have that nuance. So yeah, now I would like to want to invite everyone to put on their cameras, and we'll make a group photo of everyone present here today.
Should we come here?
Yeah.
Okay. COVID appropriate, not behavior.
Closer.
Maybe you're gonna have to take this off.
Thank you everyone for turning your videos on. I'll now take a picture. 3, 2, 1, smile. One more. 3, 2, and go. Right, thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Monica. Actually, if panelists can stay back, and Monica, if you can take a screenshot just for the panelists, that'd be great. Thank you very much. And thank you. We got some really good suggestions from the panel. Thanks very much. We got a scoop and then give space for Kevin.
Right, everyone ready? 3, 2, 1. Got some great ones. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Kevin.
So what, yeah, actually, I would like to give it to Monica or Prabina. What time do we reconvene again for the next session?
The next session, it starts at 1:30 p.m. ICT. So we are going for a break now.
Great. Well, really looking forward to seeing you all in a bit. And yeah, as said, please write down your questions for the next session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. See you.
See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Mai, we can hear you.
I think your audio is a little bit echoey. If you can, would love to. Sorry. Yeah, I would love to see everyone's faces, if possible.
It's so that opinion when your heart's just like a drum, beating louder with no way to guard it. When it all seems like it's wrong, say it louder out and join to that feeling we're just getting started. And when the nights get colder and the rhythm's got you falling behind, just dream about that moment when you look yourself right in the eye. Then you say, I wanna taste the music, got me going, and nothing that can stop how we move. Yeah, let's make a place to live just like a golden and rolling like a dancing fools. We don't need to worry, just ready for we know how to land. Don't need to talk the talk, just walk the walk tonight. Cause we don't need permission to dance. There's always something that's standing in the way, but if you don't let it phase you, you know just how to put, just get the right vibe, yeah. Cause there's no looking back. There ain't no one to prove we don't got this alright, yeah. So when it's over, the time is not so let's do it right. Yeah, we keep going and stay up until we see the sunrise. And we say, I wanna dance, the music's got me going, and nothing that can stop how we move. Yeah, let's make a mess and leave just like it golden and rolling like it dancing fools. We don't need to worry, cause when we fall we know how to land. Don't need to talk the talk, just walk the walk tonight. Cause we don't need permission to dance. We don't need permission to dance. Well, let me show you, and then we can keep the fire alive. Cause it's not over till it's over. Say one more time. Say, I wanna dance the music's got me going, got me going. Stop how we move. Hey, let's make a plan and live just like it golden and rolling like it dancing through. Like it dancing through. We don't need to worry, cause when we fall we know how to land. Just walk the walk tonight. Cause we don't need permission. No, we don't need permission to dance. Cause we don't need permission to dance. No, we don't need permission to dance. Cause we don't need permission to dance.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Sun, Business and Human Rights Specialist from UNDP. I'm the moderator of our afternoon session, World Cafe with the Young Leaders. You have just seen the video of BTS. Have you enjoyed it? UN is often viewed as very hierarchical and which takes time to bring changes. But then when I first see this video from BTS, watching this young Asian boy group taking over the UN General Assembly Hall in New York and performing their song saying, "We don't need the permission to dance," was so refreshing and kind of satisfying. So today, all speakers we invite to the lab is young leaders, and continued from our great dialogue we had in the morning. We are soon going to meet another 4 amazing, talented young people. You may already experience in listening to or talking about the young people, but not so often you had a chance to directly engage with them and have a conversation with them. And today I would say this is a chance for you to get to know them and hear about their personal stories and journeys and have open and interactive conversation with them in a small groups. So after today's session, I hope you all are inspired and motivated by our young leaders that you can come up with very concrete actions to advance rights of young people and find the entry points to engage with them in your respective programs. So before inviting speakers to the floor, let me give you a brief overview. I'm going to share my screen with you as you will see the very talented speakers. Okay, so does everyone see my screen? Right? So we have today 4 great speakers from everywhere. First, Mai Hong from Vietnam, and then Lei Motila from the Philippines, and Tony Chiran from Bangladesh, and Natasha Ocharo and Chai, another name Lin from Thailand. So these we have these great young speakers from the world, and first I want to start with playing the little game. Before we convene this session, I had a pre-discussion with our 4 young leaders, and I received 3 statements from them about their activities and their stories. And among these 3 statements, 2 of them are truth, but then 1 is a lie. So now I want to start with our first speaker, Mai. She said she is she as a youth climate advocate, she has attended 2 UN climate negotiations in 2018 and 2021. And she also said that she operates on 2 different time zones and take climate strategizing course even after the midnight, like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And then she also said that she was a published freelance climate journalist with the bylines in major newspapers and journals. So these are so far what I know about Mai. And I want to ask Monica to pop up the poll so that the participants can choose the false. Which of the following statements about May is false? I will give you some time to check the answer. Yes, I see the number is growing. We have a little more time to see the progress. Okay, so I think all of us answered. And could you share the answer? Could you bring the answer?
Hi, Sun. I think you would have to share the answer. I am populating the results of the poll.
Okay, so we have finished our survey, and I think it's now then time to invite Mai to hear the answer from Mai instead of myself. So Mai, please, you have the floor. Hi everyone. Hi Mai.
So I think people chose the one about me attending CU and climate change conferences as the false one. That is actually, you're right. That is the false one. So I did attend the negotiations in 2018. In 2021, I attended the pre-COP, not the main COP negotiations. Yeah, and then the other two are true. Actually, it's quite nice here to see there's Lynn from Thailand who's also part of this group. So Lynn and I both involved with Climate Tracker. So I did a lot of like climate journalism stuff with them. And then yeah, 2 time zones. It's been great.
Okay, great, Mai. So in the morning session, we talked a lot about great activism we see from the climate change issues from the youth. And we wanted to really bring those energies and positive actions to the different fields like human rights and business and human rights. And I see a great potential, and also you do a lot of initiatives from your area. So in your view, how we can bring all these good initiatives from the climate change issues to business and human rights angle, and what's your expectation to make this happen? Can you share more about your stories?
Okay, so the question is, what is my story and my expectation? Sorry, just
yeah.
Wasn't sure what
You
the
can
question was.
share your stories. You can share
Mhm.
your stories, your initiatives about your work.
Mhm.
But then because I see from the questionnaire that you are the youth climate advocate and you do a lot of initiatives around the climate change issues. So we want to hear from you what lessons learned we can take from your initiatives to broaden these activism to different areas like human rights and business and human rights.
Got it. Yeah, so I guess a little bit background on myself. Hi everyone. Would love to hear or like have some way of knowing everyone's background here as well. But personally, I've sort of been involved in climate advocacy since like 2017, 2018, so a couple of years. But I've always cared about this issue because just like growing up in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, it was very clear how the air quality wasn't always great, and then there were a lot of reporting about the impact of sea level changes, and that was something that I was very worried about as a kid. But I think what really spurred me into action was like I really love to write, and somewhere along the lines, I figured that actually writing and like words have a lot of power, and um, if you can make the truth about any situation known more widely, it can help spur action to protect environmental justice and human rights. So I started by writing a lot of articles about stuff like some coal projects in Vietnam, and then the unequal impact of climate change on different communities. And then, long story short, got an opportunity to cover the UN climate negotiations in 2018 with Climate Tracker after really only a few months of like doing climate advocacy and writing, and that was like definitely very empowering for me. I think overall, I guess like as a young person, it can be very intimidating to like enter like you said earlier, Sunan, about like these spaces that are very intimidating, like UN spaces where negotiations and decision making is taking place. But I would strongly encourage youth to bring like a fresh mindset and really advocate for change within the system as well. Like it's very important for youth to be that force and like work outside of the system, but also don't be scared if you want to learn about how the system works, how these negotiations work, how the policy making process works, and have direct input there, because I think yeah, like you're never too young to make an impact that way.
Yeah. Oh, thanks so much, Mai. We will get to know you more from the breakout group session. Okay. So now we will move to the next person. I'm going to share my screen again. So here you see Lei Motilla. So according to my previous pre-discussion with Lei, she says she's passionate about the use of data science and technology for social change and human rights. And she also said that she started understanding the concept of human rights when she was 12. And she also said she's dedicating her life to co-create a solution that change the status quo through means that are clever and compassionate. So this is May, and I would like to ask Monica to pull up the quiz. So which of the following statements about the lay is false? I see the number is growing. Seems like she knows about the data science technology. She talks about mean and human rights. So yes, let's. Okay, so we have same number for her second statement and third statement. I will end the poll. And then I will invite Lei to tell about herself, and she can also explain about her statements, and she can tell which one was the false. So Lei, hi Lei. Oh, you are muted, I think. Yes.
There, yeah. Hi everyone. So really happy to be here. So among the three statements, people are not believing that I'm dedicating my life to co-creating solutions. Okay. So the second one is the false one, understanding the concept of human rights when I was 12. So I guess this is deliberate conversation starter because of the context of what we are having a dialogue with today. So when I was 12, I have no understanding of human rights. And even when I was 13, 14, or 15. So the concept of human rights never really dawned on me. And because I guess in a way, I came from a family that is a bit fundamentalist, and my parents like never really it's not part of our conversation to like care a lot about people outside. So it's not part of my coming of age as a young person. So that's why like all of these started when the Sustainable Development Goals was all over the place in 2015 or coming towards 2015 when I just graduated from college. So it was pretty new to me, all of these concepts. And my first actual conception of human rights is really understanding it, not from the term human rights, but from the term of what is important. So as a young person, what do you value? And then there was like, I remember there was a workshop about, list down everything that you value, and then take down take down everything and only like leave yourself with one, two, or three. And I guess, that as a young person, I remember that's how it started. Understanding human rights in terms of things that are important to us, and then through education. Then that's how I guess the process of sociological imagination, now there are terms about it, grew, and the consciousness about it grew. And I guess my story is really about accelerated evolution and how learning about a lot of tools, as you can see. So started with community development, my core, and then eventually led to entrepreneurship, leadership innovation, due to the a lot of volunteer work that I did after college. So all pretty recently new. And then as in the process of always challenging myself to find better tools, find even more clever ways of solving problems, then I guess right now through our work at AI for Golf, I'm one of the co-founders of AI for Golf, and I'm very proud to note that that came from Youth Collab. So we are a product of Youth Collab, and from that, it just grew, and now we're in technology and data science. So more and more clever and more clever ways to accelerate social change. But the core about compassion is there, because coming from a young mind that I didn't really understand it, and then like boom, like whoa, so like this is like really mind blowing, and then now I have to like do whatever I can in this lifetime to really like do application of clever tools that makes us um, turn the best, I guess, the best version of ourselves, of humanity in general, towards protecting human rights and really achieving sustainable development goals. So I guess that's the brief brief story. Thank you.
Thank you, Lei. It's very fascinating to hear all your stories, and I see your title as social and tech entrepreneur. So this is really great to see your activities, and I hear also you work with the government with your innovative and digital as a young business leaders. So I'm curious to know, how was your experience with working with the government as a business person, right? Business leader in this area, and what do you see your role in human rights? Maybe that question can be brought into the maybe at the breakout session. So thank you so much, Lei. Now I'm moving on to the next speakers. I'm going to share my screen again. Here you see we have Tony Chiran from Bangladesh. And according to my previous conversation with Tony, he says that he experiencing social conflicts over lands during his teenage years led him to defend the indigenous people's rights. And also he said he has started defending indigenous rights since 2012 through a student organization. And also he said he wants to reach out to indigenous community based on his academic studies. It seems like all truth, but then there is a lie. So please, participants, please choose which of the following statements about Tony is false. You can guess. It seems like he has indigenous background. If I see the photo, and then he seems like passionate about the issues, social issues, land issues in his communities. So yes, I'm going to end the poll now. Okay, but then the poll says differently from what I see. Okay, I will end the poll and I will invite Tony to explain about himself, and he can also share which one is the first statement from the poll. So Tony, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sun. I'm really very happy to be part of these sessions, and I'd like to thank UNDP Business and Human Rights Program to invite me to these sessions. The statements in short you have displayed in the screen that is experienced me. Uh, like first one is a true experiencing land conflict led to me to defending my indigenous people's rights. And secondly, I started defending indigenous people's rights through a student organization from the year 2012. This is also true. And third one, which is that I wanted to reach out the indigenous peoples based on my academic study. That is totally false. So I'd like to share my experiences and my initiatives. In short, first of all, uh, the land-related conflict which I have experienced from my teenage age, that I and I am the person who experienced directly and who involved in movements and land related and defending human rights violations. And I have a lot of experience from my childhood, that I have experienced from my childhood and teenage year. And I have come in this positions or these situations from the very beginning, and I'm really from the grassroots level, and still now fighting for my indigenous people's rights. And also I have a lot of experience that I have worked with different state agencies, with different UN agencies, with different state organ to negotiate or to reduce the land related conflicts, or to fulfill our indigenous people's demand, and still now fighting for our recognition as indigenous peoples in our country. This is really a challenging experience and challenging. Still now I am taking challenges for my people, for my indigenous community, to be recognized as indigenous peoples, also defending our human rights violation, not only business or human rights, and also I'm promoting the human rights across the country. Like I was also involved in human rights program UNDP, and also I have experience to work with National Human Rights Commission to minimize or to reduce the discrimination against indigenous peoples, and to promote the indigenous people's human rights, and also women's rights, and also child rights in terms of indigenous peoples in our country. And this is I will be very delightful to be share my experience in the breakout groups if I have more time. And also, yeah, this is a really great opportunity to share whether if indigenous peoples have some experiences, and also knowledge sharing is very much important, so that the indigenous peoples have some ideas, some experiences, so that they can also contribute in their community, and for their community in their countries, how I have negotiated with the government, how I have continue. I'm continuing my movements to reduce or to minimize the human rights violations in terms of business, in terms of women rights, in terms of child rights. So that will be nice time in the breakout group, hopefully. So that's all from me. And now I'd like to hand over my microphone to San to continue the session. Thank you.
Thank you, so Tony. It's really great to have you here, and I know you are from the Garo community in Bangladesh,
Yeah.
but I think you represent so many different indigenous peoples here as a youth young leader who really bring this important issue to the public and to different stakeholders. So thank you so much, Tony, and I look forward to talking to you further at the breakout group session. And now we are moving to our last but not least speaker. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. Okay, so here you see we have Nantitsa Ucharaun and Chai. Sorry if my pronunciation is not correct, but she thankfully has another name, Lin. So I talked to Lin, and Lin said she studied climate science and sustainability in her university. And she also said she almost got arrested for organizing a climate strike. And she also said that she strongly believes that people will change their behavior if something is fun or something good alternatively. So this is about the lean, and I ask you everyone to choose the statement which is a lie. So which is going to be a lie? Maybe she studied in climate science. Maybe. It seems like she's a climate activist or climate something. And she said that she almost got arrested for organizing a climate strike. But it seems like she also enjoys something fun. So guess which one is the first statement? Okay, I'm closing the poll now. We see equal number for two statements, the first one and the third one. And I'm hereby invite our next speaker, Lynn, to give her answer to this quiz, and then maybe introduce herself to participants. Hi, Lynn.
There. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. I did almost actually get arrested for doing a climate strike, and I did not study climate science. So that is it. I do love having fun though. And yeah, my name is Lynn. I'm a climate activist and environmental writer from Thailand and based in Thailand. And I started the climate activism. I started actually, as Maya has kind of mentioned, I started from writing about environmental issues just simply because I really love nature. I learned about environmental science when I was in high school, and that was when I started falling in love with it. Like that was kind of like getting to understand ecological sciences more. But I fell in love with nature once I got to do more of the hiking, like the actual experience of being in it. And I actually went to university for communications. So I studied like journalism, marketing, things like that, and not anything to do with climate change. But that just kind of came later where I wanted to become a journalist, write about environmental issues. And it was only in my fourth year of university when I got into climate activism kind of accidentally, because that was when around the year that Greta and the rest of the world's youth started to do the global climate strike. And then I hopped in too, and yeah, now we're here today. I've hosted a few climate strikes in Thailand. One of them where I didn't really know my legal rights, so I almost went to the police station with the police because yeah, there were a bit of conflicts, and it's just hard doing these strikes in Thailand sometimes. But so now in the past year or two with COVID and also the political situation in our country, I've moved away from the street activism quite a bit and just back to the passions I really love, which is back to storytelling, more of like the creative writing, and also exploring filmmaking. So, still working in the environmental activism field, but I'd say that my my mode of activism has changed quite a bit, or has remained the same. I'm just exploring more. But so now I'm just exploring, you know, human psychology. How do you use communication and storytelling effectively so that you can engage more people to hop onto the movement, you know, not just being in an echo chamber and you know, just saying saying climate strike chants to just the people who already agree, but rather try to attract and interest and engage more people who don't already care, and also get them to understand the issue as well as the solution, and understand how they too can be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. It's so exciting to hear your stories, and I think you are the youngest one in this room. But you are brave enough to make things work, and thank you for your great initiative in Thailand and for the world. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so we just had heard some truly inspiring stories from four amazing young people. It was very brief and very short. And participants, it's now your opportunity to have a deep dive conversation in the breakout groups. Today you will be able to meet two speakers in two different small groups, and you will have two rounds of meetings for 50 minutes each. And we try our best to diversify member compositions and try to make this more interactive and open conversation. But there is no fixed rule or frame for having conversation between youth speakers and participants. It's really, I think, an opportunity to ask anything to youth or in detail about their initiatives, or maybe vice versa, like youth can ask something to participants if they curious about different work and who we are and where we are from. So I hope this is going to be really interesting conversation. But before moving on, I just want to quickly remind our morning our discussion in the morning. I'm going to share my screen again. Sorry. Yeah. So you see my screen. I did a very quick analysis from the Twitter. And then compare the relevant hashtags that we see from the youth and then business and human rights. And you see here, languages are different. And we talked about this, so many jargons and technical words we see from the business and human rights world, but you see from the youth-related hashtag, it's so motivating and it's so fresh and passionate, positive. So I want to encourage the participants to try to combine these two or try to communicate with the youth with these positive spirits, and also think how we can really translate our languages with the youth when we do the conversation with them. And maybe there will be, I'm sure there will be huge lessons that we will get from them, and we will bring those information to our respective work and programs. So now I will ask Utopia, Monica to bring us to the different breakout groups. And I see some of the questions in the chat box, but maybe you can hold the discussions and ask to our young leaders directly. And I hope we can have a great conversation together. So can we now divide into the breakout groups, Monica?
Person, sending all of you to breakout rooms now.
Okay.
You're on
I
mute,
was,
Sun.
yeah, sorry. Welcome back, everyone. How did it go? Was it interesting? I think we are really running behind the time, so it's a pity that we can not really reflect our conversation. But I'm sure we have all the reflections and all the insights from these four great youth speakers. I learned a lot today, and we clearly heard and done that young leadership roles and their like innovative and bold actions in different social issues, climate change. I think that really brings us something, and that's why we also have to understand the young generation's voices need to be heard and in a more meaningful manner. And that's also the issues are very crucial to make our actions more responsible and meaningful. And so we are finishing today's World Cafe session, but I strongly encourage you everyone to continue the conversation with these people that we met, and that way I think we can make very concrete action to strengthen youth engagement in our respective programs as well as even in our decision-making process. So thank you all for all great young leaders that participated today's session, and also the participants that joined this session. Now I will invite Harpreet for closing session for the B+HR Lab. Harpreet.
Great. Thanks, Sun. You've left me with a really, really big task to, sort of conclude all that we've learned today. I think it's been a truly enriching day. We've heard great things. I think it's also an opportunity for all of us, having heard from these young people, to also reflect in the way that we design our programs, reflect in a way, how do we implement, but then also how do we take these messages back home, back to workplaces. I was just kind of reflecting in the last few minutes in terms of what our key takeaways should be. And I'm not going to try to really summarize everything that we said or that we heard in the day, but I think some of the key takeaways, if I could just sum up, would be, in terms of the expectations from the young people, in terms of what could work better, and how do we really enjoy youth adult partnership as we move along in designing our program and our projects. And I think one of the key messages that I kept hearing from different speakers was simplify things, don't use jargons, share information in an easy way that's easy to access, but then that's also easy to understand. There were also messages about how do you do that? You do that using technology. I think Vishal gave examples of music videos, some of these campaigns that he has run, but then also at the same time, Shagun gave examples of, she sort of talked about how with COVID, there is an opportunity to have this digital space that has opened up that, we didn't have it in a way that we have since COVID-19. So, how do we engage with young people using these platforms? So I think that was really one of the clear messages for all of us. It's simplify things, use technology, be creative. I think the second message that I kept hearing also was about trust them, believe in them. They have, these youth are motivated, and to just again, sort of loan the words of from what Shagun said, there is this raw passion. And I think the raw passion is something that we've seen across all the 8 speakers that we've had today, these people representing the youth of today. And I think that raw passion, that commitment, that drive, I think that's something that we've seen across, all the speakers that we had today. But that was kind of really one of the key messages. There is raw passion there, that the passion that they have to bring change. So channelize their energy, bring your forces together, create opportunities for them, create bridges, create platforms where you are able to channelize their energy and bring them together. I think the third key message that I can kind of think of is about, the political will and commitment, and how important it is to have the political will and commitment if you really want a meaningful youth partnership or youth, really meaningful youth engagement. I think that's something that's been said across, how government needs to have this political will and create those spaces, but then also how organizations need to have these political will, but also, be able to identify resources, allocate resources and budgets and opportunities for these young people if we really do want to engage with them and learn and work with them for the better future. I think the fourth key message that I can kind of think of is about, don't put youth or the agendas that they work in these isolated solo chambers. It's kind of, I think there were messages, there was messages from in terms of, about how do you bring these interdisciplinary approaches and engage youth across different departments, different sections. Don't create a youth team, don't create a youth department or a youth council, sort of try and engage with young people across different programs, different projects, across different spaces on different thematic issues. And I think that's something, and while you do that, bring in your interdisciplinary approaches, just to not use one kind of an approach. I think that was kind of something that really, really was a clear message. Another key message, which again heard from many speakers today, is don't just share the seat with them. I'm talking about here the decision-making seat. When you're willing to make that decision-making space, that seat with them, also give them the microphone. And it's not about giving them the microphone. It's about having that partnership where you believe in giving them the microphone and work with them, but also create an enabling environment. Provide mentorship opportunities, build their capacity, workshops. And that's sort of an enabling environment that provides them tools and guidance to be able to use that seat judiciously and work together. I think that was really, really a key message, is about, don't just give them a seat at the table. Please make sure that we also provide all the means that bring voice to the table as well. I think another key message was about invest in recruitment and retention of young people. It's about creating those peer learning opportunities, but then also if you're going to have establish these networks of young people, because if you're going to have more young people working within your teams, you would get all of these creative ideas. I think, many of our speakers share these creative ways that they have been engaging, and that the ways that they have been engaging with different agendas for whatever issues that they're working on. But then also the message was about, if you're going to have more young people, it would encourage other young people to come and join your organization. So, bring that youth, or sort of the youngerness to your teams while you're working. So really, really invest in the recruitment and retention of young people. And I think those were kind of some of the key messages. I mean, of course, as I said, I'm not going to try and sort of sum up everything that we heard today, but I think to me those were really some of the key messages. And with that, actually, I'd really love to hear from any other participants, any other guests here who have any other messages that they're taking away home. But thank you very much. I think it's really been a truly enriching day for all of us. And also on behalf of the organizers, I would really like to thank everyone. Thank you, everyone here. The floor is open. If anybody has any comments, please raise your hands, and the technical facilitators would help us unmute. Ben, Livio, your last reflections.
You did great, Harpreet. You don't need me. You did really, really great. I just wanted to say I will get in touch with May, because there was one question in the breakout room that she didn't get to answer. So I hope I have another chance to have a chat with her on activism. But no, you did a great job in summarizing everything, Harpreet. I'll just use the opportunity to thank very much everyone, and in particular the Youth Collab team, Ben and the rest of his team, because we really couldn't have done this without their help, and we cannot keep working on this without them, because they really have been the engine of youth work within UNDP. And I said I was not going to make more comments, but as you can see, once you open my mic, I can't resist. So I'll say one thing on that. There was a comment which I understood that was coming, I believe, from Shogun, and say, don't make a youth team, put youth everywhere. I actually am also testimony of the fact that it's because we have a youth team in UNDP. And I'm saying that sincerely, that we are able to start mainstreaming youth in all our teams. So you really think, I really think you need both, to be honest, because otherwise the mainstreaming becomes tokenism, right? We know it in gender, right? I mean, people say we don't need a gender team, you need gender everywhere. But the fact is that you need a gender team to advocate then for the gender lens to be used everywhere. So I wanted to bring that point up. Again, not necessarily contradicting what Shogun was saying. I got her point loud and clear, right? I mean, we just don't want to be there at the corner. I think we need both, right? We need the theme that advocates to achieve the mainstreaming in all projects. At least that is our experience, certainly my personal experience at UNDP. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Livio. And I see now Ben's microphone is unmuted. All of these tech people are very young people. I think they're already trying to mute and taking this leadership, Ben. But here, you have your microphone open now.
Thank you so much. And just wanted to thank everyone for coming together in this particular way. I really want to echo what many of you have said. Only when we work together can we go further. We've worked with many of you. I mean, I read Mai's blog with Kani. I mean, it's also engaging the highest level, of our institution to really mobilize this agenda as well as our communities. So I want to commend Livio, Harpreet, Kevin, and the whole team, Kunsuparek, for bringing different constituencies together, right? We have climate activists together with entrepreneurs, with community leaders from indigenous community. I think this is really fantastic to see that young people are not interested in one single issue. It's across the board. The conversations that they want to have on business and human rights are slightly different from what they want to have on HIV or on sexual and reproductive health or any of the others. That's why we need to engage young people across the board. And this is a good testament to that. But really power to all the brave young leaders that are here. I mean, I've seen what some of you have done throughout this year, and that's what is fueling our energy. When you take those seats in the front, it's so easy for us to open doors and create those safe spaces, both inside UNDP. I'm looking at Kade and Kun Bright and many of the others inside UNDP that are championing it. And together, the outside-inside strategy is the way to go. And it's so exciting to work at a time when young people are recognized, not just in all the big documents, but we're actually starting to see support both inside and across the board. So congratulations to you for starting this journey. It's just the beginning, but please count on all of us working together to address this. A rising tide lifts all boats. So let's take that with us. Over to you.
Great. Thanks, Ben. My job wouldn't be complete if I wouldn't really thank all my team, the Business and Human Rights Asia team, Kevin, Suparak, Sun, Amy, Nazakat. I know that all of them have been really working very hard for this. So really thank you everyone for putting this all together. I think all of you did a phenomenal job. I think we've had great conversations, and I think honestly our real work really starts now. I think we've got lots of good ideas, and we're going to try to put all of those ideas in our 2022 annual work plan. So thank you everyone from the team. Thanks Livio for your support and guidance, and thank you Q Design for helping us play all of these games on Mentimeter and just kind of helping us make these sessions more interactive and have this conversation. Thank you everyone. Have a good week.